Loh boy, udah nggak bisa loh. Aku udah iron 3 turun. Gimana Tin? Tuh, gue pakai tuh.
Bulan.
Video.
Ayo goyang shop.
Udah di iklan Shopee aja ya. Mantap kali.
Udah lama itu loh.
Enggak disponsorin aja sekarang. Masuk sponsor.
Ini kayak gitu ya.
Ya kita hari keluar jelas kok kayak gitu bang. Iya gitu.
Kalau apa?
Dari suara keluar.
Suara keluar
Dari
dan
mana?
biasa lah.
YouTube.
Mm-mm. Bantu share lah.
Makanya sering-sering main. Jadi share, di orang Indonesia ngomong share.
Iya, biar viewku naik gitu. Ya, penting.
Oke, pasti bantu lah. Nanti. Di
Apa? Cir.
Match found.
bocor loh tuh suaranya.
Suara apa?
Suara suara mikrofon ya.
Bocor? Maksudnya
Yoi. Bocor mikrofonnya.
bocor gimana?
Keluar gitu dia. Saya aku ngomong keluar lagi dia di ke mikrofon abang. Berdengung.
Oh, ya tuh. Nggak tahu kenapa lah. Di live streaming kah? Di live streamingnya bukan? Live aman aja sih, Tik.
Tapi live abang iklannya apa loh? Valorant.
Nggak tahu.
Wih mantap.
Emang kalau iklan
Iya,
Valorant gitu
apa-apa.
udah direkomendasi kah? Bukan sembarangan. Kalau iklannya itu Valorant apa gitu direkomendasikan kah? Bukannya iklannya sembarangan aja yang masuk gitu kan?
Enggak.
Saya tahu sembarangan aja sih iklannya yang masuk.
Tapi suara abang di live itu pecah loh.
Pecah masa?
Iya, aku ngomong betul.
Serius?
Dan kayak suara aku. Valorant.
Nah, tai.
Kan bisa kan?
Maksudnya pecah gimana?
Oh.
Suara kau pecah.
Iya, iya.
Masa sih?
Iya, serius.
Cek.
Pagi.
Aman aja sih, Ting.
Pecah loh, sumpah. Sage, well, Sage.
Pecah gimana?
Sage, well here.
Di gamenya, Ting, apa gimana?
Sage, well here. Sage, here. Update. Bentar lagi beli, Bang.
Masih pecah kah, Ting?
Nggak tahu, sabar. Well. Apalah ini.
Enemy spotted mid.
One way.
Spike down mid.
One window.
Masih pecah, Ting.
Sabar, lagi perang kosnya itu.
Kalau coba viewers komen dong. Pecah apa gimana? Kalau dari analisis OBS biasa sih.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Enemy spotted A. Okay, done.
Kita kan Valor. Viewer ke Valor.
Anyone have any spins? I may have jammed my fingers. Multiple fingers.
Tetetel. Oh, semuanya sangat kalah.
Eling. Eling.
Enemy loading.
Eling, bro.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Reloading. My quiver is never full. Right there.
Skin operator. Ada skin operator.
Need a drop.
Salah.
Thanks.
Mikrofonnya bocor loh.
Mikrofon bocor di mana?
Maksudnya double jadinya bang, keluar.
Masa sih? Keluar. Serius?
Enemy spotted A.
Oh, suara kalian gitu.
Shot done.
Reloading.
Apaan sih? Kayak bocor.
One enemy remaining.
If we go easy on them, they will never learn.
Kosong A.
C juga kosong.
Revealing area.
Oh di C, di C.
Reloading. Enemy spotted. Mid.
C kayaknya. C boy.
Scanning.
Oh sah. Nice.
Remaining. Spike down C.
Spike spotted C.
Masih bocor kah, Ting?
Masih.
Bocor gimana sih? Nggak paham aku.
Gimana mau viewernya nambah bocor-bocor?
Tai.
You're up. Stay safe. Going back.
Kayaknya you want?
Oh sah. Enggak, di streamingnya biasa aja sih.
Astaga ya Allah.
Perasaanmu saja itu, Ting.
Tanya ngomong-ngomong sama orang nih, orang si Sagi.
Hello bro.
Keluar loh bang, keluar kami. Jadi double gitu suara kami.
Suara kalian emang yang double, Ting.
Astaga.
Iya itu karena dari tempat abang.
Oh enggak, jadi mungkin dari earphone aku keluar ke mic lagi. Mantul lagi ke mic. Lah, terus aku nggak pakai earphone berarti.
Udah ngapain pakai earphone lagi?
Nggak usah denger step berarti. Oh, sebelah sana.
Halo. One shot. Sumpah aku kayak dengar spec lagi loh Bang Ed. Kumut ya. Bang Ed.
Kedengeran nggak? Kedengeran nggak?
Nah, ini udah enggak ya?
I
Saya ngomong
surrounded by
bentar ya.
mere familia.
Ada.
We won't lose.
Main comeback abang? Iya, iya main.
Sabar ya. Nah kan masih. Aku
Oh berarti mikrofonnya aku jauhin ya?
ya agak ke rumah tetangga.
Aduh.
Ketawa ada yang berubah ya. Ceng tawa.
Bapak bocim. Wah.
Baru pengeteng benar.
Oh di A ya? Sorry. Aku ke mid loh. Iya main kompe bang. Kita sih slow main kompe aja. Kalah menang permainan kan.
Planted.
Woi, ada paramex kah? Uh. Compare apa bukan ini, Ding?
No one
Ada.
beats my firepower. I got this.
Lagi yang nggak bisa kerja sama. Coba deh WL sini.
Mau mana bang? Mau mana bang?
Sabar ya, aku udah di atas ya.
Nah, Sagenya ngomong tuh.
Woi, kita ngomong jawab goblok.
Ya, bentar.
Track them down.
Sini. Tengah.
Belum panas aku, sorry ya. Baru mulai juga mainin.
Blocking sight. Satchel out.
Itu gimana kan?
Spike down A.
Woi, Reina boy. Bagus juga Reina itu ya. Yang hilang-hilang gitu loh.
Revealing area.
Dia bawa ininya itu, bawa speknya.
Iya, biar enak Ben.
Spike planted.
Sin sao la sana na 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 na.
Lagu siapa tuh?
Na 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 na. Sin sao sa la sa 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 si. Sin sao la sa sa la si. Bawa tim, bawa device satu aja. Ayo, Reina-nya di mana? Nice try.
We got this.
Oke lu skin.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Ajang operator jual,
Need a drop.
Kembalikan lah.
Mana bisa dikembalikan? Bisa jual lagi.
Kira kau minta operator lah.
Revealing area.
Lagi boy.
Reloading.
You will not kill my ally.
Woi.
The hunt begins.
Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Chipper 115.
I know exactly where you are.
Wah, kalah. Bisanya loh. Aimku please.
30 seconds left. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Do you want to dance? I'll lead.
Tetetew.
Kemarin menang-menang keluar dia, kenapa kemarin keluar? Mati lampu atau nak matikan sama bini bisnisnya?
Mati lampu lah.
Lah, tak ada bini ya. Malam Jumat ya.
Sejak kapan aku dong?
Main game.
Sejak kapan? Ngerinya, Ting. Wah. Ternyata Cyber menunggu di sana.
Spike planted.
Disembunyiin loh.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Last player standing.
Anjing hit dia. Reset. Tapi yang salah. Biar reset account-nya terus anjing.
OP-nya di kiri.
Biar.
Ayo, mati kau. Dang. Kena. Nah, di situ OP, maju kanan. Ah, di situ OP tuh.
Time to stock back up.
Diambil kah?
Need a drop. Thanks.
Abang.
I need to blow something up.
Di A, boy. Ah,
Defeated.
nice.
Spike planted.
Scanning ahead.
Last player
Worthless.
enemy remaining.
I know what must be done. Can I get a drop? Thanks.
Tereng. Semangat bang, gue mau tidur. Siap. Pemirsa nggak live streaming kah? Nggak main kah? Fit. Wih.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Spike spotted A.
Last round before the switch.
No point saving. Spend it all. ahead.
Party's over.
Mati lah.
Spike planted.
Bukan di situ, di atas. Ah, di situ, di atas itu. Hidupin, Mon.
Last player standing. Switching sides.
Get
Deep breath.
reloading. Enemy spotted C.
Revealing area.
Lock sight, lock sight.
Reloading.
Di mana sih itu Cyper?
Player standing. Spike down. C.
Spike down C.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we sell it?
Oh,
Satchel out. Enemy spotted A site.
Spike down A.
Berarti gini kita mainnya waktu.
time.
Player standing.
Mau kalah.
What do you say, drone? Ready to stretch your wings?
Main apa Tin?
Yang timing.
Let's take what they have. Careful.
Wih,
Lala.
Last player standing.
Ayo mencari, ayo.
Just
Pasti
let them
bisa
try
menjadi.
to catch me.
No more.
Blocking sight. Blocking sight. Blocking sight. Coming ahead.
Kenapa ke bang? Oh, udah kita ngasih mencari.
I know exactly where you are.
Walah, malah kebuka skop.
One enemy remaining.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet? It's making chaos. Enemy spotted C. Satchel out.
Spike carrier is killed.
Spike down, C.
Enemy spotted C.
You will not kill my ally.
Player standing.
Barbar.
I'll do my job, you do yours.
Can I get a drop?
Reloading.
I am the hunter!
Reloading.
Shut down.
Enemy spotted. Hey.
Careful there. Reloading. Standing ahead.
Your duty is not over.
Healing, healing.
Senjata aing tadi mana? Wah, ngestak.
For you.
$30 seconds left.
Phantom tuh.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
Anyone need?
Let's have some fun. Flash out.
Spike down mid. I know exactly. Last player standing.
Reloading. I hate waiting. Let's do this.
Anyone need anything?
Cut ya, main cut ya. Ayo lu rock tuh.
I need a drop. Talk touch.
Bro. Healing.
The hunt begins.
Healing.
No charges left.
One enemy remaining.
They're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to slip off.
Kecil banget. Buka jalan banget. Satu multi.
Hah?
Kecil. Buka jalan ya. Multi. Itu.
Ramenya dong.
Revealing area.
Reloading. Reloading.
Wah, dua loh.
Spike down C.
Nggak bisa. Buka A juga nggak bisa.
Paint? Check. Charges? Check. Break? No win?
Right there.
Go. Long.
Lah.
Super low 110.
Repair.
This is what I trained for. Damn, Sage, you do everything. Why are the
You
rest
do
of us even here?
everything.
Thanks. Here we go.
Careful there.
Spike
Got the
drop.
spike.
Rotate.
No target left.
Oh,
I know exactly where you are.
Reyna di long.
One enemy remaining.
And stop.
sempet ya.
Match point.
Race it to the spike sites.
Track them down.
Reloading.
Oh,
Defenders
nice
win.
try. Kompe kayak ini. Woi, let's go. Kenapa mau Jerry?
Tidur dia, tidur dia.
Tahu.
Sama rapotnya merah semua, galau dia. Apa kamar mandi?
Skuy yang main.
Match found.
Match found. Icebox lagi.
Let's go.
Skuy, let's go. Halo semuanya, selamat malam. Selamat beraktivitas di malam hari. Ya Ting ya. Selamat beraktivitas di malam hari.
Rez, remember, this is a covert mission. At least try not to give us away.
Wih, ada yang bokong loh.
Player standing. Enemy remaining.
Timing. Loh.
Gosong.
Guys, I love the destruction. Just keep it on their side, yeah? Help a girl out, would you? Rightio.
I'll take down some
Ting, ting,
fire.
ting.
Satchel out.
Cutting through.
Blocking sight. Enemy spotted A.
Eh.
Reloading.
Woi,
Enemy remaining.
ada Viper zona. Ternyata membokong terus dia lo dari tadi.
Last player standing.
Welcome to my world. When Reyna gets started, it's hard to stop her. I'd like to avoid that, please.
Koronya.
Find the leverage.
Koronya.
Decoy.
Placing sentry. Someone's in attacker spawn.
Got him.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Lo.
One
Sniper
enemy
low.
remaining.
Sniper low. Nah, itu pun low. Lokal low. Selfie mati.
Heal up, squad.
Enemy defender spawn.
Oh.
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going, even if you're the only one.
Can I get a drop?
Koronya.
Karunya apa tuh? Karunya apa tuh?
Corona.
Berapa?
Corona.
I'll cut through.
Corona dia bilang gitu kan. Corona. Ya.
Good on ya.
Hawk out.
Buta lah. Alah, ngentot coy.
Last player standing.
Koronya.
Dina kopi bang
Males lah.
Forge us a path, Sky. I'll be right behind you.
Pakai apa aku?
Nggak pakai apa-apa. Berdoa aja.
Koronya.
Let's fly.
Pasti ada cyber di belakang.
Sabar.
Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
Alah, mati aku.
Reloading. Got him. Oh, Maria.
Wih,
Not that scary.
dalam smoke loh. Dapat dia loh, kena loh dalam smoke loh.
Where are we going this time? Remember what worked in the past.
Kita berani nakut-nakutin doang loh.
Koronya.
Nah, ketekan apa?
Koronya.
Peeks now.
Koronya.
Nope. Welcome to my world.
Jadi smoke aja.
Jangan step yang ini Mbak, biarin ya.
They concussed. Careful here. Careful here. Salam.
Hati-hati bokong, boy.
Terus, go Hobi.
30 seconds left.
Hobi pas. Upper lah, luan, lihat.
10 seconds left.
Blocking sight.
One enemy remaining.
No charges left. No charges left. We know what we're doing. Trust each other and we'll be fine.
Koronya.
Careful here.
Belakang.
Found one.
Spike down A.
Sentry. Down.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Iya anjing. Nggak OP deh.
Found them.
Dalam.
Sabarlah.
Pick something nice to kill them with. This thing needs to be eaten.
Langsung ngerasa gue. Ya aja. Gue rasa nusa bandit ya, bandit yang kena akun berarti.
Spike down A.
I got the spike.
Gak kena.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Berdua ngapain?
You're up. Stay safe. We're going back in.
No.
Sorry about that.
Satchel out. Stay down. Enemy spotted A.
Kalau saya masuk itu.
Brimstone step.
Blocking sight. Planted.
Enemy remaining.
Koronya.
The dimensional fabric here is thin. I'll set through.
Help a girl out, would ya? Cheers, mate.
Aduh, ada killjoy juga di situ.
A.
Tinggal dulu.
I got the spike. Get out of here. Last player standing.
Astaga. Gak kelihatan di atasnya.
Is everyone's tech still
Wing,
working?
aku mau ngedas harus killjoy itu.
Gini. Ada mobil.
On my way. Radio.
One enemy remaining.
No charge.
Last round in the half.
Last round to use our creds and abilities. Don't waste your firepower.
Koronya.
Aku Wing.
Ada datang ya.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Anjing tahu aku.
Player standing.
Woi,
Udah dapet di.
ID follow-nya apa, Bang?
Switching
ID
sides.
follow-nya apa ya?
I got things to do.
Ini. Calvin 9387. Koronya. Yuk main yuk. Kekurangan pasukan kita.
Hawk out.
Makasih banditnya.
Yuk udah masuk pertemanannya. Ke B sih.
Spike planted.
Bahkan aku bilang B.
Hawk out. Blinded. Hawk out. Blinded.
Div aja satu.
No charges left.
One dead. Satu DP. Lagi DP lagi.
One enemy remaining.
Di depan gua.
Last player standing.
Aku rank bronze nggak
I
apa-apa.
don't care
Aku
if
aja
there are
masih
5 of
turun
them or
iron.
50 of them. Let's go.
Turun iron kita.
This is gonna be fun.
Ke A. Alah, reload.
Last player standing.
Astaga ya Allah. Udah istirahat aku ini.
Apa? Jago dong bang. Iya, jago banget.
Okay, I only have like 78 grenades left. Hopefully that's enough.
Koronya.
Nope.
Koronya.
Nope. Help. Let's go help. Watching this. Hawk out.
Yuk yang baru mampir jangan lupa bantu share-nya ya bro ya.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Alah.
Last player standing.
Brimstone's dead.
Spike planted.
I'm back.
One enemy remaining.
Run dulu.
Win. Show me
Mau
where to go.
antet.
Tekan tinggal. Dan masuk dulu.
Mau kayak Frodi dia. Dibuang peluru kan disisain satu peluru.
Alah.
Careful here.
Koronya.
To win. Hawk out.
Ya Tuhan.
Iya. Tahu lagi dong. Joki deh.
Apa ini? Sedikit joki, jago sedikit joki. Oh si Frodi tuh joki akun juga ya, ting ya.
Spike planted.
Oh, ngebug loh matinya loh.
Time to jump.
Ngebug loh matinya loh.
You can trust my boss. They only
Koronya.
one time. Honestly, she won't miss that finger. Placing sentry.
Let's fly.
Hawk out. Hawk out. On my way.
B sih.
Welcome to my world.
Spike planted.
The hunt begins.
One enemy remaining.
Ayo. Ayo. Ayo.
Last player standing.
Yang
If I kill all the enemies myself,
Aduh.
I apologize.
Koronya.
kita gitu.
Spike down B.
Gitu.
One enemy remaining.
Turret out.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
Tititeu. B.
Ini udah lebihnya Viper.
Wih, mati loh.
I'll handle this.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Match point.
We're here because we're the best.
Koronya.
Ada dinding wiper.
Decoy. Enemy spotted mid. Decoy. Brimstone. Seek them out.
Last player standing.
Poison's gone.
Ini semua di
Spike planted.
Oh, you should run.
One enemy remaining.
pojok itu.
Woi. GG panahnya.
Gila.
Yuk. Niki. Ting lu udah enggak ting. Ting. Genting. Enggak. Si ini leadernya. RG Ablon.
Nanti.
Oke, sip. Mau nge-push ke silver, malah turun lagi ke iron. Enggak sih. Kalau main-main bareng viewers gitu sih. Santuy aja. Justru kalau kita malah nge-push di rank yang tinggi-tinggi malah ya. Lamanya dah. Bisa ini berdua aja bang. Iya cuma ada berdua. Nggak ada teman lain kah? Weh pingnya lo bagus banget 17 dong. Gak ada teman.
Match found.
Let's go.
Sedot apa tuh bang? Sedot vape lah. Orang mana kau? Panggil apa aku nih? Bill aja ya, Billy ya. Bill. Oh Jakarta. Masih sekolah apa gimana? Udah kerja apa udah kuliah?
Found them. Shock dart.
Reloading. No charges left.
Enemy spotted A.
Reloading. One enemy remaining.
Nice. GG dong.
I'll make them remember. They're only human. Reloading.
Spike down B.
Reloading.
Taken out. Standing ahead.
Inside.
Player standing.
Yo Bill.
Don't forget who you are, Omen. A man, not a monster.
Leave no trace of them.
Revealing area. I have the spike.
One enemy remaining.
No charges left.
Dong.
Reyna! Damn! Even I couldn't keep up.
Aduh, aku belum pecah telur. Masih 0 Bill. Dengan 1.
You better run, Silva.
Standing ahead.
Blocking sight.
Still inside. One enemy remaining.
Wow. GG-nya.
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned. Sometimes old ways are best.
Bang push tuh. Oh.
Our spike's down. There. Spike down. C.
Get out of my way!
Reloading.
Reloading.
There. I have the spike.
Nowhere to run!
Three souls.
Spotted C.
Wih, GG dong.
Why are they so determined to die?
Kusutulok aja bang. Iya udah.
Revealing area.
Reloading.
Blocking sight. Blocking sight.
One enemy remaining.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
Reloading.
What do you need?
Anyone have funds to spare? Thank you.
Scanning ahead.
Blocking sight. I've dropped the spike. I have the spike. No charges left.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Kill my allies.
30 seconds left. Ten seconds left.
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan?
I had this bag, boy. Koronya.
Scanning ahead. Found them.
Blocking sight.
Still in sight.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Level head until we home, yeah?
Dua belas 17-2 loh.
No prisoners.
Down A.
They're just batteries. And I need a recharge.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted C.
Spike down C. One enemy remaining.
Gak lihat loh dia situ.
Reloading.
Bang, suara aku masuk nggak? Enggak.
Revealing area. Found them.
Reloading.
Shot down.
Get out of my way!
Ngepick lah Jet. Di kiri ada Jet itu, hati-hati. Nice.
Deploying drone.
Get in sight. Stay in sight.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Last round before the switch.
Spend everything. Keep nothing.
Anyone have funds to spare? Thank you.
on you.
One enemy remaining. Switching sides.
Now keep them there.
Inside.
No charges left. Good work. Don't screw it up.
Revealing area.
Spike planted.
No chance. Bullseye.
Enemy spotted.
Oh.
Enemy remaining.
Kena aku nembak Sage tadi.
We get a pick, we move in. Got it?
Come into the unknown. Enemy in attacker spawn. Enemy spotted A. Enemy in
Last player standing.
Nggak kena, cu. Aku nembak apalah.
Enemies close. Eyes up.
Ya Allah.
Let's go.
Scanning ahead.
Iya ya. Iya, Bang.
Spike down. C. One enemy remaining.
Spike spotted C. Stop that. Media done.
No charges left.
Act on my intel. Don't give them time to reposition.
Halo semuanya, selamat malam. C.
Blocking sight, blocking sight.
Wah,
Spike down. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
nice.
I'll make them remember. They're only human. I need this.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Reload.
Blocking sight.
Nothing.
Last player standing.
Oh my god.
Their backs will be towards at least one of us.
Need a drop.
I need this.
Let us hunt.
You will not kill my ally.
Done. Still inside.
Silence.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Let's get these idiots.
Anyone with funds to spare?
Thank you.
Main lagi kah di sini? Boleh lah, boleh lah. Temenin main sampai pagi gitu.
Boleh lah, apa yang boleh lah. Rumah. Butuh. Fuck you.
Oh, di belakang lo, bokong dia.
Match point.
Let's end this.
Anyone have funds to spare? Keep up.
Nowhere to run!
Spike down. C.
Enemy spotted C.
Remaining. Defenders win.
Today is not our
Carry ya, Bang. Di carry. Main lagi, boy. Main lagi. Yuk. Pin. Kelvin Agustino main nggak? Main yuk. Temenin main yuk. Ayolah, Vin. Itu gue, Pak. Oke. Oke, yuk. Gas lagi berarti. Bener, bener kah? GG lo. Masih streaming kah? Lu masih streaming gak, Bin? Kenapa? Padahal streamnya rame loh. Oh. Siap. Iseng main sebentar ya. Padahal streamnya rame loh. Berarti udah nggak sama sekali apa upload konten. Oh, tapi jarang-jarang ya. Si Gustian udah nggak main katanya ya. Udah pindah PUBG dia. Aku udah fokus follow sih. Makanya biar view nggak ada ya hajar aja.
Match found.
Apa ya? Coba aku pakai race lah. Coba sedikit-sedikit.
I'll smoke. Nice.
Aku nyoba pakai race ini ya. Boleh lah. Arenanya GG banget.
You'll have your intel, I promise.
Naikin bronze 1 lagi bisa nih berarti. Masa iron
Reloading.
oh last game, oke. Anjing tai lah itu.
One enemy remaining.
Ada api di
I'll
belakang
take out
ternyata.
their sky. It's something I must do.
Pantes sultan banget ya skin-skinnya. Ternyata
Revealing area.
Okay.
There they are.
Cutting their vision.
di kiri ada.
Spike carrier's dead.
Alah. Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's go. Ya. One tap. Go. Oke. Nice.
30 seconds left.
Nice.
Cover going out.
10 seconds left.
Nice. Berapi-api api.
Stay safe. We're going back in. Can someone get this?
Pabili.
I will break the balance.
Okay. Satchel out. Reloading.
Kampret. Nggak paham aku ultinya loh. Kebiasaan pakai jet sih.
Enemy removed.
Last player standing. Spike down. C. I have the spike.
If you're not a good shot today, don't worry. There are other ways to be useful. Reloading.
Go with them to go. Please, don't phone skill.
Sofa kami. Reveal here.
Oh,
Spike down. C.
Bomb buddy out. Satchel out.
Taken out.
Remaining. Spike down. C.
wow.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
Go see again, go see.
Ulti 2. Oh.
Watching here. Watching here.
Satchel out.
Watching here.
Revealing area.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Satchel out.
Begitu ya.
Our carrier is dead.
Spike down. C. Last player standing.
You're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick off.
Go. Rush A, rush A.
Claw through them. Shadows traveling.
Satchel
Shadows
out.
traveling.
Satchel out.
Begins.
Here comes the party.
What?
Reloading.
Anjing orang diambil.
Rush B, rush B. They don't have sage. Let's smoke this.
Here.
Let's go.
Watching here.
So far, you can see. You can see.
As one.
We're gonna see.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
Let's go B.
Reloading.
Healing.
You will get up. Why not?
Oh,
Come back.
Cutting their vision.
wow.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
Reloading.
Here.
Wait, good. Eyes up.
Watching here.
Cover going out.
Spike down mid.
Spike.
Enemy remaining.
Wait for me. Okay, take a break, guys.
I feel the strain. Block it out, Omen.
Rush A. Rush A. Sova. Recon B. Don't. No.
We win. We survive.
Shadows. Joke's over! You're dead! Cover going out.
Ah, anjing Reyna nggak maju.
I've got your trail.
Finished.
Cutting their vision.
Planted. Shadows traveling.
Oh.
Stealing sight.
Bye, Indigo.
If we go easy on them, they will never learn. Reloading.
Go with them.
They're weak. Good.
Watching here.
And pick it up.
Shadows traveling. Reloading.
Go see you guys. Or A.
Bomb. Barrier created.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
I have the spike.
Revealing area.
Your life. No one beats my firepower. I got this. Time to explode.
Sova spike.
Satchel out.
Oh.
Down.
One enemy remaining.
I'll give.
My ult's not ready. I'm watching here.
Barrier created.
Oh,
Shock dart.
Last round in the half.
Don't teach you.
rush A, rush A. Race 2. 18. Can I borrow you?
I need this.
Oh, rush A? Okay, rush.
Need a drop.
Scanning ahead.
Cover going out.
Found
Shadows
them.
traveling.
What? I told you not to.
Shock dart. Reloading.
Bigger they are, the harder they fall.
They
Switching
demand a fight.
sides.
Poor way to disobey.
Let's flush them out. Reloading.
Spike planted.
On your left.
Last player standing.
Grenade.
One enemy remaining.
Hey, grenade. Grenade.
Minus 76.
Grenades. Grenades.
Impressive wiring.
Don't use it.
Strike at their weak points. One link breaks, the rest will follow.
They tired. We don't. Scanning ahead.
Hey.
Enemy spotted.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Oh.
Their lives are so meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
Revealing area. Deploying drone.
Last player standing.
Take thought as a posting. The fight demands it.
Joke's over! You're dead!
A.
Spike planted.
Revealing. There they are.
One enemy remaining.
Here, see where let's see. Defuse one.
Shot that.
Last player standing.
Oh my god.
My burden never ends.
Two A. 1.
I've got your trail.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted C.
Look for my shadows, they will hide you.
Reloading.
Spike down. C. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Shadows traveling.
Watch them run when lit by my sonar. That's when we strike. Scanning ahead.
A.
The hunt begins. Joke's over. You're dead.
Okay.
Care for hellfire.
Last player standing.
Gila Odinnya loh.
Strike at their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will follow.
Switch location. Hobi's over. Hobi's over.
No prisoners.
Race, doon ka.
Watching here.
A.
Bomb buddy out. For you.
Pit C kayaknya.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Okay, I only have like 78 grenades left. Hopefully that's enough. Satchel out.
I've got your trail.
C.
Out of focus.
So what I mean? Fire in the hole!
Found them.
Last player standing.
Saging ya temen di depan musuh juga.
Spike down. C. Spike planted.
What? Nyawer na.
Di panggung dia, di panggung.
Remaining.
In. Lock.
Match point.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
Sage dong. Dia hidupin temennya pas di depan musuh loh. Temennya udah apa, musuh udah standby megang Odin lagi. Kayak si manca loh.
Cover going out.
Si nggak kena. Aku baru belajar pakai res ya,
Phoenix killed.
jadi santuy.
Player
Why
standing.
no heal, bro?
Revealing area. There they are.
Nice try.
Attackers win.
Thank you Evin ya. Thank you Evin. Udah nggak main kah? Oke, siap, thank you.
Match found.
Let's go.
Match found.
Let's go.
What? Can I right now, bro? Or something else? Hey, can you talk, bro? Chat?
There are better ways to survive than your path.
I'm so ashamed. Pobre de me. How will I live with myself?
Cyber setup, eh?
Hey bro, eh.
Someone's A. Dead.
Ooh.
Zone A. Remaining.
Just hold the spike, guys. Just hold the spike. Yeah, I hit him too, but I don't know so much. He's going back. He's going back. He's going back.
Thirty seconds left. Ten seconds left.
Langsung tinggal satu darahnya loh.
Don't kill. Don't kill. Don't kill. Let him. Don't kill. Don't kill. Don't kill. Don't kill. Don't kill.
Okay, we know the drill.
No,
Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
this is gonna be very poor. Because he didn't get the bonus kill. I mean, he's not died.
Oh, udah bukan
Iya,
Kevin lagi ya main. A.
4, 6, 7 on so far.
Blocking sight.
Nice. Revive me. Jet. 30 A.
Planted.
Oh, kaget.
Last player standing.
No charges left.
Viper's good, bro. Viper.
It helps with accuracy.
Stop them. This is our turn.
B.
Blocking sight.
Go, smoking like that. Oh,
Oh alah.
Snowman satu. Yeah, don't smoke me if I'm pushing, bro. Like, alright.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Stop back up.
Let's go. It's A, it's A. It's A, fix.
Cutting their vision.
Defuse one. Someone. Why not covering, man? Just save. In.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
Come on, let's go! Cover going out. Someone's A. One dead. Someone's A. You die.
Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted. One enemy remaining.
Spike down A.
This is crazy. It feels like we've been doing this forever. Anyone else feel like that? Okay.
There.
Apaan?
No prisoners.
B sih kayaknya BB.
Oke bang.
Welcome to my world. Spike planted. For you. Reloading.
Vipernya di dalam.
Dekat.
Player standing.
Ya, anjir, kaget gue.
I got your back.
Kaget gue, sorry.
Just, you know, from the front.
Can someone get this? Can someone get this? Can someone get this?
Anjing.
Need a
Siapa
drop.
nyampah aja gua tadi.
You better run. Get out of my way. Blocking sight.
There. Someone's A. Someone's A.
Enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Reloaded.
Blocking sight.
Blinding.
No charges left.
Thirty seconds left.
Reloading.
Biarin.
10 seconds left.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
Kenapa tuh bang?
Apanya? Apanya?
Kenapa Phoenix-nya?
Stay safe.
Shadows traveling.
Nice. Go A, I think.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Watching here.
B.
Enemy remaining.
Nice.
Thirty seconds left.
I survived obliteration. I will survive them.
Loh, Phoenix-nya kenapa?
Nggak tahu dah. Mungkin ini home.
Let's go.
Shadows
It's
traveling.
A.
Cover going out.
Spike planted.
Fuck.
Experiment complete.
Div kabur ya. Div aja. Div.
Cover
You
going
will not kill my ally. Blocking sight. Blocking sight.
Last player standing.
Setengah. Double setengah.
Di mana sih? Ah,
One enemy remaining.
Phoenix-nya kena.
seri.
Race it to the spike sites.
bagus banget anjing kacau.
Apa?
Blocking sight.
Last player standing.
Anjing nggak whiff.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here. Blocking sight.
Ah ngentot. Baban tuh. Ah susah. Setupnya bagus banget anjing.
Last round before the switch.
Use everything you have. We lose it anyway.
Need a drop.
Jangan OP dong, biar bisa beliin.
Aduh, nggak cukup juga.
Get out of my way.
Woi.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Switching sides.
Meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
Enemy spotted A. Still inside. Enemy spotted A. Last player standing.
Ah, nice try.
I'll make them remember. You're human. I am everywhere. Shadows traveling.
Blocking sight. You fought well.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Everywhere.
We got this. Reloading.
I will rip the light from them. Cover going out.
Enemy charge left. No charges left. Blocking sight.
From kitchen.
Enemy remaining.
Last kitchen, last kitchen, last kitchen. Nice.
Kasih paham nggak tuh? Kasih paham apa tuh?
Look at me. I know that I am by your side.
Apa kabar Toel? Udah nggak live lagi Toel?
Keep that kill coming.
Reload.
Blocking sight. Blocking sight.
Still inside.
Planted. Ugh.
Enemy
HP udah
And
nggak kuat.
power does not end.
Nggak kuat kenapa?
Ask for aid and you shall receive.
Nggak kuat kenapa tuh?
Keep up.
Cover going out.
Spike down B. Player standing.
Nggak langsung tembak, pal headshot tadi. Biasa udah mulai kentang, skill pun juga kentang. Udah nggak di RRQ lagi kah? Nggak main GTA 5. Wih, GTA 5 di mana? PC baru berarti. Ya. PC baru berarti sekarang ya.
Enemy spotted B.
Blocking sight.
One enemy remaining. There.
No problem.
There.
Jadi tumbal. Baru rakit dikit-dikit lah. Udah 3 bulanan. Oke. PC gimana nih? Sultan Dewa apa gimana? Sayang kalau udah nggak di RRQ kalau di RRQ.
Last player standing.
Nice.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
Don't go A, don't go A. I swear, don't go A. Jet, jangan keaduk. Satu ngabus.
Welcome to my world.
Reload.
Jangan masuk smoke, ada di smoke, cok.
Blocking sight. Planted.
Yellow. Satu dari yellow. Depanmu satu im.
Wah, kaget nih. Nangkring tiga-tiganya lo di situ.
Match point.
Let them try to get through me.
Need a drop. Need a drop. Thanks.
Alah.
Spike down B. Last player standing. They will cower. Seconds left.
Nice try.
Defenders win.
kan ini kan. Ding 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 ding.
In his zone, the one that had more HP, that had to be the one that's going to cover the one that's going to be on lower HP, in my opinion, at that point. Especially when you have an operator. I think it was just miscommunication in how they played that 2v1 there. But as you said, it was an important round for 100 Thieves to win. They got that, so they're going to continue to secure the bag and keep the economy very high moving into the later rounds, where, unfortunately for Cloud9 Blue, they're going to have to be in another half buy, right? It's going to be a couple of shares, a small armor, maybe even a thrifty. So let's call this an eco at that point, so they could still buy into the next. And that means that potentially these ultimates are not going to be in play for this round. So you have a great potential of a 6-0. This is a great time to have a timeout too for C9 Blue, just to try to figure out how you want to play these next two rounds, or maybe even right now, what those three ults that they currently have is the timeout for what can we do with these three ults? Can we actually surprise 100 Thieves somehow? Because even on their side, on the attack for 100 Thieves, they don't have any ults on their side.
And this looks better than the last time we saw them in situation because they have that lockdown. They have those ults. The last time we saw this same situation with the eco buy, 100 Thieves were giving Cloud9 Blue a lot of credit. They're giving them so much space, and it went down to the last 15 seconds to get that spike planted. So now with the ultimates, it could be what they need to find that thrifty victory. Of course, it was heroics out towards A main that got it done the first time. Not able to get it done in this one. A 1-for-2 for Asuna as that economy continues to fall for C9 Blue. Now down to a couple of frenzies and a sheriff, but they're making it hurt a little bit.
Relics at that spot, steal at that spot on the top of Catwalk could be very deadly with that sheriff. So a 3-on-3, that's actually not too bad, and that's probably a rifle that could be salvaged from Zeta towards that A main. And there you go, he picks up that Phantom. So now things have changed. The players that are alive are the players literally that had the ult still. So now we've turned things around. They have small shields on top of that. This could be doable now.
And even more so, if you were afraid of the Bucky, now you have to be afraid of somebody or multiple now having those rifles. We saw Nitro hanging out towards spawn, but he didn't have the angle towards A main. So this is where things get dire. The clock just running down. They're all three stacked up, and Zeta could go so huge here with the Phantom.
This is where I'm scared, though, because the owl drone is going to be the one that's going to pretty much take him down, because if the owl drone into that spot, he's screwed. But they're not doing it. They're going to try to walk out instead. He's going to get this kill.
Picks up one, picks up two, and Relics again will pop a grape with the Sheriff. Not the round we were expecting, Vans, but Cloud9. You're on the board.
I was going to say, like, I'm scared because the owl drone, the frost orbs, the paranoia, like, Zeta is not in a good spot where he could actually escape. But because it's such a high-risk, high-reward positioning, thinking that, well, there's no Asuna with hot hands, there's no nanoswords from steel. If I do get pinged out by an owl drone, screw it, I'm just going to swing out and count my lucky stars. But it got even luckier when nobody tried to clear that corner, and he gets 2 kills out of that one with a great buffer onto Relics 2 from that A side. So a very nice eco being played by C9 Blue. Great way to put the first one on the board.
Asuna looking to make it hurt, though, using that run it back and doing just that, just running it down. Boombot in hand, he's going to be sent back now, armorless on the Phoenix. But since then, they've been able to use that run it back as a baby lockdown to push everybody off the site there. And they get a free one at that. Zeta trying to slow things down for just a moment. The spike has been planted, and it's actually going to be the lockdown coming on through from Mitch to try and clear things out. But it's just a massacre on the site. Before they could escape, there was only Hiko to get away. Now in a 1v4, they're trying to ping the spike for him, but he just doesn't have the angle. Cloud9 Blue, they're starting to get some momentum.
I really liked it. Just plow into the site while the lockdown is down, before even 100 Thieves can actually get into position for C9 Blue, because at that point, just because of a run it back that was thrown from Asuna to get into tree, that was a boombot, pain shells, and a paranoia thrown into A main. They didn't have anything else in terms of a retake utility, with the exception of maybe a Sova dart. But now that's why you just want to charge in and catch some people off guard as they're still trying to position themselves on a pulse plan for 100 Thieves, and it worked out beautifully for them in the end.
If you don't have any utility to throw, just throw your body
bodies
at it. That is exactly. That is the Cloud9 way, at the very least, in this one. And Poison, with the operator in hand once more, continuing to mix up the position. Unfortunately, sniffed out this time around, and it might deter things. It is just an eco. Oh, a beautiful paranoia. Going to get the read on the players pushing up towards Catwalk, and we'll see what the Frenzies can get done as they block things off now to get up towards Heaven. And I mean, 100 Thieves looking to speed run this round up into Heaven, looking for their own waterfall. Unfortunately, going to get shot in the back. Nitro able to find 1 kill, but the rest of the squad can't really answer back. Nitro's still alive, and that's a problem for Cloud9. Boys on low HP. The shots will finally come on through, and 100 Thieves, they made it hurt a little bit.
You were actually clenching your butts watching Poise there, because there's a lot of these moments so far in this series where maybe he misses the first shot, but the second one is through a smoke, the second one's a headshot. Like, at least he's good for the second one, but if he gets punished a lot faster on these first misses, that was already an A side already broken. But a great idea for 100 Thieves to put that wall up and just plow up towards the garden. I thought they were going to go spawn or something, but I think it's smarter to go towards that windows to prevent that long-range battle and get the pistols in. They just forgot the sheer fact that the wall could be easily spammed before it gets mounted up, and that's how Relics took advantage of that and was able to get 2 kills on the backstab.
Rifles in this one across the board. That wall going to be blocking things off over towards that defender side and spawn as Asuna. A little bit of blue on blue there, some friendly fire. They take a shot over towards Steel. Boy's gonna go up top, and he's gonna finish what Asuna started. It's a 2 for 2 across the board. Relics, Nitro, Ethan, all now finding frags in this round. Ethan gonna find another, and in a 3v2, 100 Thieves looking to find themselves back in the win column. The retake to come on through, 1 blast pack available as Leaf looks to clear out everything. Nice resurrection on the site. Gonna buy another player here, 400 Thieves, and the Blaze the rooftops has been the counter of the showstoppers in both of these maps. Now, Cloud9 fans, they've got a whole lot of credits to work with. Now, one less player to worry about. So, I was going to say, maybe they just send it, and it does look like that is going to be the call. But as Zeta pushes on through, he's running out of time, picks one up with the shot guards. Looks to find go towards the back. He is going to be sat down, and 100 Thieves go back to their winning way.
When you're looking back at this 100 Thieves lineup and you're looking at this roster, I mean, there's just so much firepower in this team right now, and you see it now that Ethan's more comfortable of like when should he use his slow orbs, when should he actually throw the wall up, because when he first joined this team for 100 Thieves, we already gave a lot of credit to Ethan with how good his aim is, how good mechanically he is from the other games that he stems from. It translates very well into the firing mechanics of Valorant. But now that you're adding more into the arsenal, you're comfortable with playing this game, you needed that time to adjust. It's looking pretty good for 100 Thieves as a whole roster.
It feels like a lot of the squads that were going through these growing pains are now slowly starting to come out of it, right? We're looking at 100 Thieves. We're looking at Cloud9 as Nitro. This is the from the shadows to get into the back of sight, and unfortunately, yeah, just stuck there. He ends up falling, and the rest of the squad not able to back him up. We talk about the Jets and the blast packs, but who's gonna follow the Omen ult there?
Pretty much. It was a great ult towards that back. He even got a kill for it, right? So he was good to weaken up that site, but it was great utilities being thrown for Cloud9 Blue to prevent the rest of the guys to funnel out towards that B main. So it still makes it a 3-on-2. It's still going to be very winnable, though. You got the veterans right now in the server for 100 Thieves. It's still and Nico together. You see the abilities, the utilities being split first. He's even got the ult out. He wants to put the plant right after, and you're just in great positions now. And even that nanoswarm was great.
Enemy remaining.
Oh,
There you
Kill's
go.
gonna be traded back and forth though. Hiko's still alive, and Hiko to clutch it out. 27 HP is more than enough.
That's what I'm saying. Like, just the fact that he has the alarm bot out and also the nanostorm towards boxes, the lockdown to pull out. So basically, Steel, even though if he doesn't get any kills, it's like, Hiko, I'm leaving everything into your hands. You got it.
Right.
I'll let everything. I'll let you work your magic. So the nanostorm is going to do a bit of damage. The alarm bot, if it's not shot out, does some extra damage as well as a debuff. And because he gets all that information on that right side first, he's like, let me just make sure I clear the left side corner as well. And Hiko being Hiko, he knows how to separate all of these pushes to make those individual fights. You saw it was just 3 1 versus 1 that became easy for him in the end. I think you're okay with keeping him as the last player alive, man. Stop criticizing him for it.
Yeah, leave him in the back, whether it be the back of the side or the last one pushing on. He makes it look so good. And the Sheriff's looking pretty good for Cloud9 to start things off as they take down Nitro. Smoke's taken off the board, and the barrier orb already used, so not a whole lot to deny vision in this retake. Dawson looks to use those hot hands. Hunter Sherry gonna come on through, looking to clear out through A main. Leap finds another kill, and there it is with the nano swarms. Mitch is able to pick one up. The utility starting to come online in full force, and Ethan on top of the wall, standing tall. Needs to find the shots. They're trying to ping up the spike. They're able to do it. It's gonna take an ace. It's gonna take a close range battle with Zeta first, but then a fuse to come on through, and Cloud9 Blue looking to grab 5 before the half.
That was still pretty close, but very well done for Cloud9 Blue. I mean, you were desperate at that point. You had a lower buy. You're just trying to get it to work for you, right? You saw that wide swing that came in from Leaf to get that Sherry shot, the nanostorm for the kills. Again, one more of those moments where you're at a disadvantage, your back's against the wall, you're just trying to throw your body in, and it worked out in their favor. And that's where, like, I feel that for me, Leaf, people would like to criticize him, but look, he's still at 12 and 10. We don't talk about his name a lot in this series so far. He's had some good impact kills, but overall, maybe not able to do as many of those entry kills as we wanted. But as we say that, there's a showstopper to get one.
There it is, and a paranoia to try and get him out. Unfortunately, doesn't have any charges left of the blast pack, and that kill, it's answered back immediately and could even be res. But Relic's trying to make sure that that's not the case. They go back and forth, but somehow, some way, 100 Thieves still managed to come out on top. A couple players a little worse for wear, so Mitch and Floyd will look to get something done, but it's going to be a 4v2 retake in the last round of the half.
And everybody's still everybody's still focusing on planning towards the A side. I thought Mitch was going to get a huge backstab on the flank from Gelato, but he opts to go towards tree side instead, and that's going to be even more dangerous. I don't know if I think that wall looks broken there towards that doorway. If not, it would have been up. You got an alarm bot and nanoswarm, so you really have to count down on poise for this retake.
Yeah, hopefully Poise can find literally anything to kick things off. 'Cause as soon as that wall gets shot down, I mean, all the utility starting to come through. The Hunter's Fury, Ethan hopping up, Hiko gonna close it out just like that. You saw the little Venn diagram, 8-4 at the half Vans, and this is quite a bit different from map number 1.
Definitely. For a map like this, where you want to sometimes think about Ascent maybe being more defender-sided when we first started into the game, but 100 Thieves looks very good just on the way that they're playing their attack. I mean, we keep talking about Ethan. The amount of times that he's playing these frags in on the board for the team right now, a 4K into that round, a couple of multi-rounds up to the other side, more clutches coming in for 100 Thieves. So they have like the clutchers, they have the entry fraggers, they have the mid-play lurkers onto this roster. It looks good. I just wanted to finish my point onto Leaf too. Even though Leaf is top fragging right now at 13-11, we didn't get to talk about him that much. He's got some pretty decent impact frags. I think overall though, Leaf literally just switched over to this game like a month ago or so as well. So give him some time too, and you're going to see C9 Blue continue to upgrade from matches to matches.
And pistol gonna be huge in this one. Poise gonna find the first kill. Look to back off. Low HP is Steel. Able to trade one back, but 2 for 1 as we go on to the A site. Nico bringing up the rear. Already tossed out the recon bolt for a bit of information. Shock darts trying to get some chip damage down, but the spike will be planted either way. And a frenzy in the hands. If you're hearing that frenzy, you're probably a little scared for Cloud9 Blue.
Yeah, it's Nitro that's alive with that. They still have a wall on top of that too. So Ethan, if he stays alive into this one, but it's a close range battle against Relics, who spots 2.
The heal forced to be used there. Coming out of the smoke, Ethan is still able to pick up 2, and Hiko backs up Nitro to stay alive. Now it's all up to Relics. He's completely pinched. And 100 Thieves, excuse me, grab another pistol, and it's now looking pretty scary, Vance.
Super scary at this point. For C9 Blue, you're going to guess it. Are we going to try to go for a buy right now? Because they have killed 3 players, right, on this pistol round. They maybe have an advantage if they want to go for these Stinger small armor, Spectre small armor, or even Stingers then, if you want to try to bring it close range and try to force an eco against 100 Thieves into the next round. But it seems as though they're going to opt for these pistols. They're just going to let 100 Thieves get to the double digits, use the rifles in their favor once they take the attacker side onto the next round with the rifle round, and hopefully come back into this one. But again, this is one of those maps where Steel as a Bucky has proven that he's pretty good with it in the back of Generator on the east side, but this time he's playing towards B. It's still going to be very dangerous moving into the later rounds, especially if he stays alive on the next bonus.
Historically, at least in this series, both of these teams do a pretty good job on these eco rounds. Now Wall gonna get so much information. They're able to shoot it down. Relics pushes on through, and unfortunately only gonna find himself a Bucky, so it stings a bit, but it makes the round a bit more winnable. And more importantly, Steel taking off the board means no utility that they have to worry about from that Killjoy as they look to push on through. Hiko finds one. Nitro able to find another. The Spectre's coming online, and Ethan just multi-frag after multi-frag. They run him down. The Resurrection nearly online. And I mean, if this game is, if we've been looking at the patterns, Vans, at this rifle round, it probably doesn't go the way of Cloud9 here.
It could. Like I said, Steel right now doesn't have a Bucky unless he decides to buy another one right now, but I think it looked pretty good that if they couldn't make it, if they made it past Steel and you still wanted to make it into the site, there's still so much more that's like holding them in the way for Cloud9 Blue. You got Hiko in the site with an Ares before. You had some great sprays through smoke going in from spawn site, even from market. Like when we talk about fast rotations right now for 100 Thieves, they've been actually exercising that quite well. Now for C9 Blue, it comes down to, okay, what control can we get right now? The Aldron's being heard, and we're just going to push right now towards this mid side.
So incredibly aggressive. Leaf finds one, not expecting another though, and Hiko is able to trade it back. Relics right behind him though, and the B site has since been opened up. I spoke too soon. I counted him out, and I cast her cursed 100 Thieves. Ethan looking to push onto the site, needs to find some extra damage with 10 HP. He needs to find a way out, and Steel Phantom in hand, a turret aiming him down. Relics to follow. Cloud9 Blue battle back after 100 Thieves hit double digits, and we'll see if they can keep it going.
Yeah, you're definitely happy on that result. You were hoping potentially to make it 4 players alive once they overtook that site, because you already had 2 players down. It was a great trade towards his mid side, as you can see right now from Leaf and Relics. So following up on his instant trades have been very good now for C9 Blue on their execution, but unfortunately lost 2 players. So there's going to be 1 player that's going to be on small shields, make that even 2 players because you might have to drop for somebody else as well. So it's still not going to be an easy one right now for C9 Blue. You want to make sure that you're going to be able to capitalize onto something right now. You're very close on ultimate points, though, for Poise and for Zeta, as well as for Hiko. So I think control of these orgs right now is going to be very important, or just a push on mid like that.
Yeah, control over Catwalk seems to be the name of the game here for 100 Thieves, and that last round was the first round we saw a team lose the bonus. 100 Thieves kind of breaking the script there. It's all up to Mitch, the last one alive. Low HP is going to be spotted out, taken down. 100 Thieves with rifles in hand, able to find another round win. And I'm interested to see where we head. Cloud9, they can look to eke out another buy, or do they play for the overtime?
I think he might buy here. He's I'm just looking at Poise right now. You see him down at 4,100, so he definitely bought a rifle for somebody else because he's got the knives. You had 2 players that could buy from themselves no matter what, and Relics now potentially a sheriff or something. You're gonna go for this one, and you're gonna hope that it works out.
Yeah, you see the cogs turning. He actually opts into light
sheriff.
Armor. Yeah, and a sheriff. He couldn't afford it with the full armor, so it is going to sting quite a bit. We'll need to find a bit closer range headshot. Burst. They deny the information, but they can already hear so much. And we're seeing just how important mid control is. Leaf going to find the first with some utility. We'll see what they can follow up with. Asuna spraying them down as they push through mid, but it's a 2 for 2 across the board. The lockdown to buy some space out towards mid, and right now Ascent is their oyster for Cloud9. Unfortunately, if they head towards A, they are going to be met by Nitro. Usually goes good for a few, not going to go good for any here. Leaf takes him down, and Cloud9 Blue continue to battle.
Spike planted.
Rez.
Revealing area.
You're gonna lead a lot here. You're gonna lead a lot here. Right now,
Yeah,
for C9 Blue.
Herculean effort right here. Leaf with 11 HP, showstopper. They're all 3 up towards heaven. He's going to bide his time for a moment. Tosses it out, takes down Steel. Routes finds another. It's all up to Hiko, but he can't clutch this time around. And C9 Blue continue to hang on.
That was actually pretty good. I just wanted to point out how good that ult was from Steel 2 towards that mid-side arches. I think putting that ult up, and really that covers pretty much the radius of spawn, pizza to market to tree. You can see right now on this replay. So this allows 100 Thieves to really decide, hey, if we have players towards B main, it's going to be an easier pin from mid side into market into B. This time you had an ult from Nitro that's going to ult into Wine for them to pinch into the A side. So it was nice for them to be able to get this this pulse plant right now. From C9 Blue, sorry, on the attack to be able to get into the site. Was Relics that poured into Wine, my bad. And they actually got that plan into that. But once they got into hell, it got pretty difficult. You had Leaf at low HP, and speaking of Leaf, he's the first one to fall because Ethan puts that one way up on Pizza to get the kill. Again, Herculean effort that you said that was needed for C9 Blue, it worked out on their end, but it was still an expensive round. You're still down a player, you have a you have a Bulldog that's out for Zeta, and you're just trying to survive into this game.
I have the spike.
Same idea in that Bulldog. You get that 3-round burst, which can be quite strong. Unfortunately, when you're looking in terms of economy outside of the rifles, the alt economy, way better spot for 100 Thieves here. So in a pretty good position. Push this one to match point. They have the lockdown. They have the running back should they choose to use it. Hunter Shuri going to be used. Hiko finds one. Asuna with the frenzy finds another. Now the Bulldog does come online, and it takes a bite out of Asuna, but you're still down 2 players. A 2v4 as that spike rotates over towards A, and This is not a free site by any means.
No, Nitro heard him from a mile away as Zeta was running back towards mid-side spawn. So they're just trying to waste time. There's only 15 seconds left. So Mitch has to act quick to try to get his kill into Nitro, but then it's still going to be Steel with the Bucky inside sight.
Oh, no, it's Zeta who actually finds it. The bait and switch going to go his way. The Bucky from downtown. They just have to buy time. Spike has to get planted. He has to stick it right here and right now. He's got 22 HP, and Hiko is privy. Gonna hop on down. Match point we go 12-6 in favor of 100 Thieves. And you can see the cogs turning. They just were not able to convert there, Vans.
It was communication, right? I think they worked it with whatever they had left between Mitch and Zeta at that point. Zeta is saying, look, we have to try to figure something out. There's 20 seconds left on the clock. Mitch is still towards B side. He's like, I'm making it towards mid soon. We'll try to pinch into the A site. And that's why Zeta was holding and still winning towards that A main side. He just wanted to make sure that his teammate was close, just to try to bait out somebody if Zeta was making it into the site first to go for a plant. But like I said, when you don't have that much time left, when time is against you, and you have Steel that's hiding in the back of the site, using the time in his favor, that was just an easier kill with the Bucky. So it was very well done for 100 Thieves to take advantage of that time and not press for that information. Let it come towards you.
Oh, and one of the very few times we've seen aggression towards A main, it works huge for this 100 Thieves squad. It was the blast packs to get on into the site, but Leaf gets taken down, and it's right here, right now. It's Ethan with the 3K to cut him down as they entered the site, and 100 Thieves take this series 2-0 fashion and punch their ticket to Challengers Finals.
That is the most important one, right? We started before this game to say, look, it's not about the prize money. It's not making it into the finals. It's about qualifying here into the regionals in North America. And they did it right now, and in great fashion, actually, against Cloud9. Cloud9, who has been on a hot streak for the past few matches and events that they've played, are now in the lower brackets. It's not over for them yet, but it's nice for 100 Thieves to actually seal the deal there.
It's incredibly nice, that squad. Like you pointed out right there at this, you're hanging out for a little while, and you're in a really good spot to start to prep. You get to just, instead of playing against these teams, you get to watch and see how everybody is going to play. Like you stated, Cloud9 Blue, they do still have their lives on the line. They go down to that lower bracket, and they play that version 1 squad, Vans, that is, they're looking pretty spicy. They seem to be the Titan killers right now.
They definitely are. I think versus FaZe right now, I don't think it's like a honeymoon period. I think it's a strategy that is well adapted by version 1 to say, look, we're still going to take advantage of how we're playing towards the old patch, the current patch being 2.05. It didn't look out to be as strong in our matches yesterday, but against Cloud9 Blue, it's still going to be a very close one, a very tough one for version 1, I must say, though.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you've got that version 1 or that never done roster that's been together. They have some of those old guard players as well. So a team that you definitely can't count out, but you're going against another Titan. How long does that run continue to go forward? As we take a peek at some of these replays, and man, I mean, I think if you just said 3Ks, that really sums up this series. Between Steel, Hiko, Ethan, it was just multi-frag after multi-frag.
Definitely. Hiko 3K, Steel 3K, Ethan 3K. We got some new names right now into the Valorant scene. It's not about that Stewie 2K. So those 3 players right now for 100 Thieves, I think were definitely a highlight throughout the whole series. Even Asuna had some great moments as Raze on that previous map of Icebox. Nitro had some, he had that clutch moment actually that he won with time with the Sheriff to be able to win that round on Icebox. I think all of these players are looking much better. I think when people are criticizing them after losing Masters quite easily, right? They fell off very easily in in that run. They're bouncing back very, very strongly.
And again, it's something that we talked about during that matchup, in a lot of the teams that we're seeing right now going through these growing pains, and 100 Thieves are slowly starting to settle in. Now, if you've taken a look at any of the 100 Thieves content, you'll see that when it came to, where you need to put Ethan, you always expect him to frag. You see him up there in that MVP spot, 2.4 KD, has the 23 kills on the Sage, and is quite the definition of that battle Sage, right? He doesn't like to hang back, play the heal, play the res, although he does what he needs to. He's got those crazy walls at Pizza. He's got that crazy wall just outside B main that we saw in the last round that makes him so incredibly potent. And I guess to kind of touch on real quick, I want to get your thoughts on they're running the one duelist, but it's always the Sage instead of, you know, that extra initiator, the Sky or the Breach. How do you feel about that more specifically?
I think it's actually really great in terms of utilizing Sage's abilities kind of like for yourself too, right? Because when you're looking at Ethan, they didn't really use any of those walls that you save on Icebox, for example, to put a wall up and go for a defuse, where that could be very important. But on a map like Ascent at this point, you're walling yourself when, let's say, the first kill that he's gotten towards B main, he's going to Frost Orb and fall back, so he's back in the clear and walls himself up in a different area where it's an off angle. And it's not off angle from just position on a 50 corner, but also on verticality. So you're giving yourself another huge advantage from the way that Ethan's playing right now, and he's looking to master this agent very well. I think he's put a lot of hours into mastering Sage so far before you get deeper into another agent right now. So I think 100 Thieves, they're still formulating their strat book, but it's worked very well with what they've got so far.
And keeping your crosshair placement guessing because of that verticality, as we can take a peek at the players that we put together at the beginning in both Zeta and Hiko. And again, Zeta looked really good. And Carly actually looked fantastic on Icebox, a bit slower on the Ascent side of things. But when it comes to, you know, assisting your team and kind of putting your team ahead and the clutch factor, it's not something that you could ever count Hiko out for.
Exactly. You don't see Zeta's name on like a 2 versus 1, right? When we're trying to broadcast or analyze these 2v1 clutches for Cena and Blue, very rarely did we talk about Zeta's name. But you look at Hiko on the other end, we talk about his name a lot. And maybe on these opportunities from clutches, I think he's only missed maybe 1 or 2, but has been very good on other ones as well. So again, stop harping on Hiko being the last guy as the entry or the last guy going to the site, or LMS, as I like to say in my older days, of last man standing. They've done great there for Hiko. Just keep that solution running for 100 Thieves.
And your Sova has to line things up, guys, so he might be a bit further back because he's got his lineup. Give him a break. Either way, as this series concludes, we are going to take a look at where we are on the bracket. It was a 2-0 victory here for 100 Thieves over Cloud9 Blue. And again, their run isn't done, as you'll see popping up here. They are going to bump down to play that version 1 squad in Envy. Okay, so this right there on the other stream, that was kind of the conclusion of a best of 3 where XSET beat Envy 2-1. Then Envy beat XSET in Master Stage 1. Now we get to see that matchup again, and Envy come out on top. So this is a spicy lower bracket.
Yeah, even Envy versus XSET, the one where XSET actually got the upset versus Envy, right? I think it was that period where Envy was still trying to figure out what was going to be the best combination that they wanted to use in terms of moving into Masters. And I've talked about this before, where I think we saw a Raze being played by Mummy, for example, at certain points. And once they went back to Caboose on a Raze, Mummy on an Omen operator, they've been looking good again. And XSET, a team that has a lot of consistency right now moving into these VCTs, have been a great team so far. They've upset a couple of teams as well, but I think Envy was, again, that biggest test for me to see if XSET has surpassed that little hurdle. Right now, they're just almost there.
Yeah.
But I think they're just going to have to tweak a little bit more to be able to be in that conversation of like that top 4 NA.
Yep, that's exactly what I was about to say next. They're just on the cusp of top 4. Unfortunately, they meet one of the gatekeepers in Envy, and they quite possibly meet them again later on the bracket if they take down Immortals, which is also up there in that in that conversation. Now, that is on the other side of things. If you guys want to see those matchups, make sure you are checking out Nerd Street Gamers 2. Guys, our first matchup is done. Our second on the horizon. Version 1 have been watching, waiting, and commiserating as they know exactly how it feels to be down in the lower bracket, as they look to take on Cloud9 Blue. We're going to hop away for a quick sec, but when we come back, our last matchup of the day.
Verizon believes everyone deserves the best. That's why we start with 5G from America's most reliable network.
Verizon 5G is next level.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need starting at $35.
You get so much more than just a great network.
And offer the best in entertainment on select unlimited plans, like Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, as well as Discovery Plus, with a Galaxy S21 plus 5G when you buy one. There's no reason to settle for less than the best. Only from Verizon.
I feel like I need to defend my team's honor here, because this is just turning into a bit of a dogfight.
Like in groups, always look.
I'm cutting you off here. I'm cutting you off. Cutting you off. He said G2's winning it. He said G2's winning it.
We need to wait till the next EU tournament, which could be in about 10 years now.
Take it with like a grain of salt.
No,
but
that's
that
no
being
fun.
said,
Take it super literal.
Spike defused.
got the money in the bank. Hit you with the
Welcome back to the Valorant Champions Tour Stage 2. My name is still Tanner Metro, joined still by Van Silly. Nothing has changed, although last week I did mess that one up, calling myself Dust. More importantly,
how did you do that?
Yeah, it's because Dust always gives me a hard time about it and says, well, if our names would ever change, that would be weird. And then so I was thinking about that. I messed it all up. Either way, much like Van Silly takes a trip down into the basement to cast for these games, we're taking a trip down into the lower bracket where Cloud9 Blue start their redemption arc after losing 200 Thieves in that last one.
Oh, this is going to be a tough one, though, right? But again, I think it's one of those teams where at this level, you lose a series, you lose a very tough series, but I think you're professional enough to not let that affect you going into the later matches. The thing that might affect you at this point, though, is that Version 1 got to watch your match just previously, where now you understand the tendencies of Version 1 going into C9 Blue's matchup. So is there going to be some type of, like, anti-stratting into the map vetoes? Is it going to be trying to ban things out now, knowing the tendencies of how you're playing on certain maps and take advantage of that? We'll find out.
Yeah, the maps is something that I had a huge question mark on just because they're fairly similar and you know, so who vetoes what basically is what I'm getting down to. As we can take a look at these lineups, Version 1, they've been warming up, they've been in the range, they've been hitting their aim lab, and I'm sure they are ready. And I mean, some names that if you're watching the map that's yesterday for this squad, really strong. Vanity on the interview and on the Omen was a madman.
Exactly, and even from the interview, Vanity was saying, look, I've just made the switch into the game. Penny just made the switch into the game. We've had Zelsis Player 1 and Effie's play a little bit longer, and Effie's and Player 1, of course, have been playing since the beta days. That have been looking good. They're continuing to improve. It's kind of like one of those storylines, again, of that Tier 2 scene slowly growing up. And it's looking very good for Version 1 at this point, too. But, again, they said they need a little bit more time. They want to continue to work with the basics. Will the basics be enough versus C9 Blue?
Yeah, will the basics be enough? You've got that FE's Player 1 trying to guide everybody to the Valorant ways, and it's looking pretty good, although it's been in a lower bracket run. They are still making that run. But, of course, they are facing off against that Cloud9 Blue squad, which, again, a lot of these players really don't need a whole lot of introduction, and we got to see what they were capable of on these maps. Unfortunately, Ascent not being their best, but on Icebox, I mean, all 5 are coming online.
Yeah, definitely. They looked very good on Icebox. They were kind of like shaky playing on an Ascent. That's what we talked about before into that map. We kind of said, or into that series, sorry, versus 100 Thieves, it might not be that map where they're going to be able to win, so they really needed to bring Icebox into play. It looked fairly good to start things off, right? A 4-0 run to start on that Icebox map. The lineup itself looked pretty good. The entries from Mitch going as an entry player for Sage on that B side to start things off very well. I just want to see more consistency off the operator of Poise, if they're actually going to bring the operator out again. And from Leaf, then yes, I said, he's been a silent killer right now on the top of the board from time to time, but I want to see those highlight reels with that showstopper, with the entries, with the Sato charges into the site that we know raised players could do.
And Leaf was looking for that in that last map. Unfortunately, it was Ascent, and things didn't quite go their way. There was always some kind of counter.
And it was 100 Thieves.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we noted that 100 Thieves kind of the titan of this bracket, right? Definitely the team to beat in this one. Obviously, NB right there next to him, and we'll get to see that matchup later down the road as we do have these maps ready for you guys. And we talked about it a little bit. Bind is kind of stinky for both of these guys, so I'm wondering who banned that one away, as it looks like we are headed over to Icebox again to kick things off.
I think when you're looking at this veto game between C9 Blue and Version 1, since both of these teams always ban Haven, I think it'd be a nice mind game to defer the veto if you're the higher seed to see what they're going to choose, if they're going to choose something else. Because if you're going to ban Bind no matter what, they have an opportunity to ban a different map so that they take an advantage in the series. But so far, we know that it's Icebox, Split, and Haven. Going to be a very interesting one actually going into the series. I'm not sure if the first map is going to be Split or not, because I think it's Icebox going to be the first one. Sorry about that. So Icebox picked by Version 1. I think this is something that's pretty standard at the same time, too. Version 1 have been picking that map a lot going into the qualifiers as well, because they do feel that because teams are not picking it that much, they might have a better chance now. They even got the upset versus FaZe on that map, too, right? So.
Yeah. And I talked about numbers, percentages. I already did it in the last matchup. In this one, Version 1, they've got more games played. They've also only dropped one map on Icebox, and that was to TSM back in the day. what does seem to go the way of Cloud9 Blue is they met in the monthly March matchup for NSG, and they took down version 1. As we get to hop right in, we'll see if anything spicy pops out at us or grabs our eye.
Yeah, I think right now when you're looking at version 1, everything pretty much stays the same for a lot of these players, right? It's always going to be player 1 as a Killjoy or a Cypher. Penny should be playing a Jet no matter what. Vanity should always be on that Omen, and then Effie's as that Sova. What changes now for Zelsis is what duelist is he going to play. Depending on the map, sometimes it's Reyna, sometimes it's Phoenix, sometimes it's Raze. On this very map, his switch between Phoenix and Raze, but most recently going into Phoenix with this one. And this is a composition that we've seen from, I think I'd like to say Envy earlier on when Envy were playing with this composition as well. And maybe they've taken something out of their book of Envy and try to work things out with that, right? You always have that question mark, man, there's no Sage wall. How do you work into the site? Just work the A side.
Yeah, that is the next thing to bring up, right? Is it's Sageless, it's double duelist with your conventional Sentinel. I want to say, I think both of these guys kind of bring a little bit of awkwardness, whether it be you have the Sage and no Sentinel on top of it for the info, like we saw 100 Thieves run, and then for version 1, we're seeing no Sage at all. So mid control could be the name of the game for Cloud9 Blue. I'm interested to see their attacking side. Unfortunately, they're going to be defending first, and now going to the double duelist for version 1. It's not the Raze, so something that we're going to need to watch for, right, is who follows up with Penny.
Yeah, I think it's still going to be Zelsis no matter what. So at this point, maybe it's going to be a slightly slower one, right, where the owl drone from Effie's or the recon dart could, let's say you're working towards the A side, he could spot that first one being playing the 410 or playing towards screens with the owl drone. Zelsis, maybe what he'd do at that point is or he's from the top of pipes or at the orb, and it's slow curveballs, curveball into 410, curveball into the site, and that allows someone like Penny to just dash following up onto the curveball. So there's still a lot of different combinations you could still do that could still make things very potent without having a Raze to follow up as Penny. It's just not going to be as fast, or it's just flash around the corner, dash into the site, spread the defense thin as you're aiming on that Penny, dashing into the site, and then just have Zelsis as that second entry fragger too. Again, multiple combinations you could do right now with the agents that you have currently for version 1.
But enough of us just theory crafting about it. It's Leaf hopping on in, but the kills, oh my goodness, it's a bloodbath.
Yeah, that started quick, ladies and gentlemen. So Leaf with the surprise jump onto the ground with a 2 first kill and then 3 immediate kills towards the green side of B. So they knew each other's strats right there. That was very well done from both teams.
Yeah, and this is something that it's a little unfortunate, right, for Cloud9 Blue, because not only 100 Thieves too, but coming into the day, you had 2 teams to worry about, so you have so much on your mind, right? They're trying to read this play of a quick B long on pistol for version 1, and it completely gets countered. Now, they are able to even things out, so there it is. 1 out towards mid, and Zeta trying to find his way on in. The last 2 players just biding their time. That recon bolt is going to be taken down, and Vanity still playing out towards bed. There's the wall, though, and I mean, yeah, there's just no cutting it down. You have to take the fight right to him, and player 1 does just that.
Okay, sorry, Casa Curse. Player 1 with the zipline, Indiana Jones, just Tarzaning it across with that goes to get those kills. That was huge. And it was a great wall to start things off. And the reason why I said GG was after that wall, somebody had to watch towards that area of 410. Watch for that zip line. I think it was off timing at that point too, because look at where the wall is and look where Mitch is at. So he's at the front. So he's off angled because he wants to make sure that nobody's pushing in from orb side. But I think, again, the wall's already there. You don't need to hold in front of the wall if there's already a wall behind you. Then again, though, version 1, nice clutch, a nice play from player 1 to allow for them to get this pistol.
And Relic sneaks away there. Unfortunately, takes a bit of damage on the way out, which is something that we'll have to pay attention to as well. No heal, no resurrection for version 1 as we get later into the game. If they're the ones taking some of that chip damage, it makes it a whole lot harder to find your way back into the fight. And a Ghost in the hands of Penny tells me he wants an operator really soon, but Cloud9 are looking to punish that, only having a pistol coming into this round.
Yeah, and they have a lot of guys for spawn side. I mean, as soon as they start pushing out, the rifles and the SMGs should take the upper hand.
And Cloud burst and a dink onto Effie's. Boy's still sitting full HP, trying to creep his way onto the site. Penny, though, with that pistol in hand, is able to find one, and Zelsis mows them down. They're all gone on the retake. Version 1. It wasn't anti-eco, but Cloud9, they were looking to make plays.
And this is where you can see the tendencies of, like I said, as a very similar lineup that that Envy used to run in the past, where you had Victor on that Phoenix as well. And what they do with Victor for Envy is that they also give him the spike a lot, so that not only does he get flash and entries, he's also going to be able to go for plants to build up his ultimate points. That means that you're going to leverage a lot of run it backs for details and for clearing sites. And because of those SMG kills and also a plant, he's already got to run it back into round 3, where he could leverage that to even overpower the A site, even if they're on a bonus.
And they even bought up a Phantom in this round. Oh, the Vandal in the hands of Mitch, the rifle round for Cloud9 Blue. Looking to go good for now. Zelsis gets spotted out on the run it back, taken down, and Boys will look to reposition. Cloud9 up a player. B1 have to be wary of a flank. No, they're just going to take the fight right to him. Zealous is able to find another, but he gets traded back immediately, and it's just a bulldog for FBs, but it's all bark, no bite. Cloud9 on the board.
Very well done for Singing on Blue. I think they expected that running back to happen towards the A side too. You saw the trigger discipline from Poise on the top of screens just to make sure if there's going to be somebody following behind Zelsis, he's going to target that second player first. But as soon as he's about to get out of line of sight where Zelsis could potentially get a kill onto his teammate, Penny's teammate towards the back of the site, I think that was Vanity as Omen, then he made sure that that running back was gone. And also losing player 1 at the beginning of the round 2 was not a was unfortunate for version 1 to try to get something done off that running back into the A side. So very well passive well past defense position, sorry, for C9 Blue. That was tough to say.
That's a lot of the alliteration or onomatopoeia, whichever the one it is.
Exactly.
Yeah. it's one of the two. We're both kind of in the same boat on that one. Alliteration. Thank you, producers, for steering us in the right direction. Onomatopoeia is boom and bang, and we might see some of that onomatopoeia coming on through. Player 1 barely missing out on spotting a player in relics over towards this B site, but passive for now. 5-point stance across the board for this attacking squad.
Yeah, and first point of contact was spotted there from Penny against Leaf. Even the dart's going to push him back, but that's the only information that C9 Blue has gotten. So you see they're a little bit hesitant from this mini map. They're moving left and right here towards mid-side, jiggle peeking, looking for the information. Was it a fake or not? And you could see that it was definitely a fake from our point of view. We are looking up slowly towards this mid-side, and that's a huge fake to throw that smoke all the way from B main into the A site, and Zelsis is with the curveball. This is now going to make a 4-on-2 towards this B site, so Relics has to come up huge.
Oh, recon bolt. Get some information that he's there. A tap on the plant to try and spray him through the Radianite box. And it is going to delay things for now. Penny swinging wide and able to find the kill. There it is. You said a 4-on-2, and well, it cuts it down to 1. Mitch now trying to do what they can. They have to buy some more time, though, as that spike slowly starting to get planted. Leaf from downtown, able to find another, spraying him down. The spike will go down. And we're in a 2v2. Now a 1v2. Unfortunately, Zelsis, the last one standing, gives up his position, and he doesn't have anything to stop the defuse. They're able to just stick it. It was back and forth. It was a bloodbath. The round will go the way of C9 Blue. The kills will go the way of C9 Blue. And we're knotted up at 2.
And that's exactly the issue of not having a Sage, right? To try to get a plant towards that B site. So you're trying to plant towards that double stack, the Radianite boxes, as you like to call it here, Tanner, and it just got sprayed down. So you actually forced the spike carrier to be off in different positions for attempts of plants 3 different times, which now gives enough time for C9 Blue to go for the full rotate. Where I think it kind of shined, where it worked out for Envy, we don't have a Sage and want to work towards B, is that they actually used the Phoenix to go for curveballs and go for more pressure into the B site by pushing towards orange, by pushing towards back site, using the curveballs. But as you're already using it on A side for a fake, that's a lot less utility to get more map control on B side. So they have to switch that a little bit if they want to work with those type of fakes.
Now, version 1, again, playing it slow. Nice little 5-point stance, just trying to find whatever they can in the default. They do spot out Mitch, playing underneath tube. And what we were seeing Mitch do in the last matchup was he would actually opt into placing that wall in tube and then play underneath. But on the eco, he still got that barrier orb in hand. So could be of a thorn in the side of this version 1 squad who are really only on pistols. Lockdown gonna push everybody away. Boy still playing. Oh my goodness! Outside the scope, Penny with the blades will take down the operator, and the spike does get planted, but not out of the woodworks just yet. Run it back gonna be used. It's the only Spectre for this squad. Unfortunately, Zelsis gets sent right back, and he doesn't have the hot hands once more to try and stop the defuse. It was an eco round, and it's looking like they all fall in that direction. Plants, or the defuse, excuse me, to come on through, and some kills maybe to follow. They're getting a little scrappy at the end there. Just about everybody dies, but Cloud9 pick up another round, and here we go, Vance. We're back on rifles across the board.
At least that was a nice shot there for Vanity, right? With that sheriff on that zip line across, and the idea was there. Penny getting knife kills into the A site allows for Zelsis to prop up and say, look, we might have a numbers advantage. We got the spike planted. Let's use or run it back to try to gain more space. But what stops it? When you don't have somebody that could prevent or the satchel charge into the site, well, the frost orbs makes things very difficult for a running back to run into the A site. So a perfect way to cancel that out there for Mitch and allow for the rest of the teams to go for that defuse on A.
Ooh, and they mix things up here. Relics get spotted out, but the Hunter's Fury to push him up towards B long, and Mitch was there to back up the Omen. Unfortunately, Mitch did die, which means no resurrection, no heal, but you do still have a player advantage, and Effie's ended up getting tagged out. Now Relics gets spotted, no shrouded step to get away from this position, so kind of just a fish in a barrel here. A shot dart's all it takes. They expend a bit more utility, though, so no nanoswarms for the post plant.
2 nanoswarms, a shock dart, and a recon. So the push into the E site or B site, continues to be very difficult. Now you have a big flank coming in from Leaf. He just got spotted. So now he's just going to try to have to aim labs his way out of this.
Satchel out.
Oh, and he almost does it. A bit of chip damage, unfortunately, with just the paint shells there, so doesn't find the headshots. Vanity swinging on through, finds one, finds another. The B site completely opened up. Now it's all up to Leaf on the flank, and surely they know where this player is coming from. He's going to take the fight 1v1 against player 1, and he's just too hot here on Icebox. 3-3 we go, and this one's shaping up to be a good one, Vance.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to see from version 1. Again, not having a Sage right now, you want to press more, you want to push more, and that allows for version 1 at this point to have 3 players just push through towards that B site and make sure the trade works out. Don't go for that ghost plant pretty much with no information where you could get spanned from anywhere pretty much towards orange. So by pushing forward towards that site, you're clearing on orange, you're clearing on back of site, you have trade opportunities and potentially numbers advantage that continues into your favor because you know it was maximum of 3-on-2 on that B site.
Nowhere to run!
The ults to be popped there, Relics. It's a heap of damage. Not only trying to leave this site, but the Hunter Shuri right behind him, poised. Can be the first to contact over towards the safe site.
Oh my
and he
God.
misses the knives. The kill eventually traded. But that, not only was that pretty hard to watch there, but okay, he ends up picking up a rifle. I was gonna say only had the classic, so at the end of the day, he does walk away okay, and Zeta is there to pick up a couple of kills, and this round slowly starting to go the way of Cloud9 Blue, but I mean, if you just saw that first play, you would not be thinking that, and Penny battles back to try and swing it in their favor. It's left just to Effie's in a 1v4, low HP on a few members. Unfortunately, Relics not being one of them. He is armorless. This could go really either way. There's a swing. The pinch squeezed in the middle, smack dab into the middle like the Chips Ahoy commercials back in the day. That's Cloud9 Blue reclaiming the lead.
And again, as I thought that somebody like version 1 or a team like version 1 saw a little bit how 100 Thieves are playing against C9 Blue at this point, right? So they know that, again, the push that you would have, the double up from Leaf and from Poise onto the belt side, onto the A main, a pinch from that side, then Steel was playing all the way back towards spawn side. This time you had PL1 playing pretty close down towards that ramp where it made things very difficult for him to try to separate 2 individual 1v1s. The idea was there. He knew that hit was going to come. Just his positioning was a little bit off. Playing that spawn side would have been perfect like Steel kind of did before, but at least that's a lesson learned for PL1 into the next round.
And that showstopper used out towards B. It clears out B long, but the play's over towards A. This eco push, it was a quick one. Now retake now to ensue, so an ultimate off the table, a resurrection still available, and Relics could look to change positions with the From the Shadows. We do see Leaf creeping up on the rear, but he's gonna be taken down, so now there's no flank to worry about here. Player one picking up a huge kill, a nice little upgrade in the weaponry as well, and this one starting to swing back in B1's favors. They've got the man advantage. They've got the Bucky advantage. 2 Buckies better than none. And Celsius sticks true to it. They pick up a couple of kills. They're going back and forth. And there it is. The rounds are back and forth. 4-4 we go.
I was casting version 1 yesterday with Bach, and I'm like, yeah, I don't see much going on with these Buckies right now as we kind of hyped that they were able to do versus FaZe, but we definitely saw that from Zelsis and from Vanny this time, playing up close like that on a pulse plan, going for the jiggle peek, the wide swing, the shrouded step to swing back out to get a kill. That was really nicely played there by Vanity with mechanically how you want to move around with the abilities that you have from Omen to get those frags. Very well done. And that, again, you said it was a lot of upgrades going into that round, and that's even a round on top of that, right? So it's a lower buy that they have, a half buy that they bought that came into fruition. They tied up 4-4, but we still have a good and healthy economy for C9 Blue into this round.
Still rifles. It's been quite some time, I feel like, since we've been toe-to-toe with the rifles. Vanity sniffs out the flank, use that shrouded step to get away, run it back. Fortunately, not going to find too much. Vanity actually going to get taken down there. So, boys, making some value out of the flank. A lockdown used, a heal on top of Zeta to try and top off the Sova. Unfortunately, not going to be the case, but everybody pushed away from this B site for now. And the spike to be planted. No, it's deterred again. They keep trying to go right behind the Radiant box, and it's just not safe. Zelsis going to go through and clear out Snowman. Nice and easy, like that spike has yet to go down, Vans.
Yeah, and that's the reason why, like, they got the ult, but they couldn't push into the site because Poise was on that early flank before, so they had to stay behind.
It's starting to come crumbling down. They've got 35 seconds to work with, so they could try and take their leaves. Player one on the flank. Zeta off the board. 30 seconds as you hear the announcer. Poison Relics now need to go huge, but player one continuing to get it done. A 1v2. As they look to plant in an awkward spot. Poise able to find another 3K for the Jet. They're both so low. FD's on 46. Poise on 23. This spike not planted default, and we'll see how this one turns out. 2 cloud bursts to work with. Spotted out the spike. Might give up his back. FD's comes out on top. It would have taken a 4K from Poise, but FD's had double the HP.
That's the experience coming out from a player that's been playing since a beta days of Effie's. But as I was looking back towards that ult, right, it was a great ult to push the defenders back from Cloud9 Blue all the way towards spawn, all the way towards 2. But like I said, because Poise got an early kill onto Vanity inside Garage, they had to wait a few seconds before to say, well, if we start moving towards B site here for version 1, Poise is just going to come out and shoot off our lockdown. So because they had to wait so far behind, they were late to get into the site. They couldn't push more than they wanted to. So you go back to that default, try to plant through the Radiant boxes with no support. You just get the wall bang, and then that makes things a lot more difficult. But thankfully, FEs and player one, the veterans into the scene right now for version 1, were able to save that round there for that attacker side. So they take the lead 5-4, and we're looking for them to hold back towards this A site as C9 Blue with this eco are trying to press back towards this A site as well.
And a push up to grab that ult orb. Unfortunately, it wasn't for free. Poise ate the latter half of the paint shell, so a lot of damage, and then eventually just gets sat down. Zeta to follow this round, looking to be one of the first few times we've seen that 2-round lead between these squads. Vanity gonna get some information, not the high ground though, as he continues to the back of the site. He gets traded. It is pistols only in the hands of Cloud9 Blue, but this could be the spot where we see one of these teams start to pull away, and it's looking like version 1 will do just that. FB's with the last kill once more, and 6-4 the scoreline.
Yeah, you don't even care about the plan at that point. Just push the 3 players. You know where the last person is. It's going to be Relics towards that screens. They push in and get that frag. You saw the stack attempt from C9 Blue just to try to press a little bit more forward to try to see those classics, the Sheriffs, could come into fruition. But it was Penny playing that high ground, playing from the belt side, aiming down the site with the Vandal is good enough for those kills. And it just made things a little bit more difficult for C9 Blue there on that defense. But so far, as It is a map that was chosen here by version 1, and you have C9 Blue feeling a little bit more comfort on the defender side first. We've seen that they had a pretty good attacker side as well, though. So if it turns out to be another 6-6 or something like that, just like we saw versus 100 Thieves, then it could still be a very good half on the second side for C9 Blue.
Oh, and poise. Huge to use the mobility there of the Jet to sneak away. Penny, speaking of Jets, able to hop on the board with the Bladestorm version 1, trying to net the latter half of the half in that 7-5 at the very least, as Penny continues to go to work. He's completely unanswered, unchecked until now, and Mitch in a 1v2 has a resurrection available. That heal only gonna get him up to 49 HP, and Zeus is very privy to where the safe playing, but he takes him down. Here comes a resurrection, and what does player 1 have for this? He's got a couple of nanoswarms, and he's playing way off the site.
Yeah, and his alarm bot is nowhere near him. He's got a turret very soon. He might use that to his advantage as well.
Ooh, nice swarm to buy some time. Mitch taking a bit of damage. The wall goes up. The shots to fall low, and Poise actually dies. He tries to inch up.
There was no time. There was no time no matter what. It wasn't even halfway, so you kind of wanted Mitch to stay up there. And because I thought the alarm bot was like, okay, well, there's no alarm bot. It's going to be very hard for him to get the nanoswarm kills, but that was very well done. And to still have Mitch, the last person to be alive right now for C9 Blue, was that agent that you didn't want to have alive to face up against, because if those nanoswarms weren't there, that wall would have been perfect for that defuse and potentially that clutch for C9 Blue. But just a sweet nanoswarm there from player 1 as a killjoy main. You just love to see it, and he gets a double out of that one and saves it for version 1.
Yeah, and the kill from beyond, right? Just the wherewithal to make sure he pops that next nanoswarm as Penny pops a grape of poise, and they're looking to crush the spirits here of Cloud9 before going into the second half. 8-4 on the horizon for version 1. Penny did take some damage, Leaf low as well, but version 1 still one player to the good.
And you're so close to the alt orb here for player 1. Are they going to try to pick this up? No, he's actually lurking towards this B side. So if they're actually trying to, or being able to force this rotation out towards A side, and with the surge from player 1, he wins it against Mitch, you're definitely just backpedaling back towards this B side. But as you're continuing to get more kills on A side, you're rotating out. There is that trade. You know the B side's open. You're falling back for this now. So Zelsis, gonna cut rotation, also has an ult ready as soon as he gets this kill.
Yep, there it is, and player 1 on the flank, able to catch Relics, rotating over a near flawless round to close things out and swap sides. 8-4. But you said it, Vance. Cloud9 had a really strong attacking half against 100 Thieves.
Exactly. So it's not over yet, right? You're going to look at how they've been playing for the attacker side for C9. They've had a very strong pistol, and that was working towards that B side. And even then, you're looking at version 1 on pistol, they've worked towards that B side as well. So there's something that they know that we don't know, because back then it's like, oh, A side's so easy to take on pistol round. Let's just take the A side. So C9 Blue, are they going to try to go for that B side hit again? It seems like it. Look at that minimap.
Yep. Looks just like it. Now, with the composition from version 1, we talked about maybe, you know, a bit more aggression over towards tube or this mid area. And I think you just play it just like you did 100 Thieves, because they don't even use that Sage wall, 100 Thieves that is. So, you know, when you're playing against a team who doesn't have a Sage, still has that Killjoy, you just run it back like you did in the last series. So they're already warmed up, but so is player 1 continuing to find kills, buying enough time for the rotation. That wall getting taken down immediately, although the plant will still follow. Here, crossing back is not safe. Mitch is able to get away, but player 1 peeks it out. Penny on the board right next to him. It's down to the last two, and Zayna and Relics. They've got to play the post plant, but now it's only Relics with a dark cover in hand. Doesn't have a whole lot going for him. Nothing to write home about as version 1 grabbed the pistol round and pushed themselves a 9.
Yeah, even Cloud9 Blue losing that one. Version 1 used the wall to their advantage too. They broke the wall in the perfect place, so they used that as pretty much like a side one-way from orange into yellow to win those fights. And C9 Blue, they're having a hard time with these pistols on this map, because I think versus 100 Thieves, they pretty much won with a flawless as well, didn't they? I think it was pretty close to that. Some little things to work out on here on their attacker side, at least when they're when there's no pressure going on for the defenders at the beginning of the round. When it comes down to the 5 versus 5, it's a little bit harder for them.
Vanity actually looking to go a bit aggressive with that Phantom, so trying to bring a bit more into the bonus. Oh, Relic's up close and personal. Able to find one onto Penny, who was trying to play aggressive. And this is kind of the same thing that we saw, right? It was Relic lurking on this Omen, trying to support the squad from downtown. The Smoke sometimes have a hard time reaching. Zelsis having a hard time finding that kill onto Mitch, and 2 for 1 we go across the map.
You love that because of how much it took for Zelsis to get that kill. You're able to run into the site. You put Vanity down at 1 HP. You might be able to take this round.
Yes, Spike down, FB trying to make us eat our words here. Relic's able to find another 49 HP. Player 1 is here to back them up. The Vandal still online. Relic's is not version 1. Barely squeak out of this round.
That's player 1 once again saving the round here for version 1. It looked like it was tough again for a spray from a Spectre. Let's not take anything away from Zelsis and from player 1 at that point, guys. And girls even, because when you're playing this game and you're trying to spray a Spectre, it's not that easy to control that spray. Because technically, there's no spray control into this game. There's a lot of RNG in terms of passing that 7th bullet. So you were just praying that those bullets would eventually hit. Literally a spray and pray for both of these players, and thankfully player 1 was able to get those 2 kills and allow Vanity at that 1 HP to pick up that last kill. So it's looking very good for version 1 on the map that he picked here on Icebox. That where C9 Blue looked like they shine versus 100 Thieves, they don't have an answer to how version 1's currently playing this so far.
Yeah, oh man, watching the replay of this round, it was so, I mean, it was 16 damage, right, away from going the other way for Cloud9, and to start to mount their attack back into it is maybe we have a technical. It looks like Relic's hanging out inside the spawn yet to buy here, so we'll see if they can get that figured out. Because of the way that that round went, though, I mean, it's a couple of rifles, right? This bonus still hurts. This is still a round for Cloud9 to start getting the momentum going forward.
Yeah, that's why even if Relics is in spawn, maybe they're still trying to figure out as well in terms of utility, what to buy, because, you know, it's an important timeout to have. See, as Relics is moving, I think they're still discussing, right? They're taking the advantage of the full time out to figure out what they have to do with this, because it is 10-4. This is pretty much the only moment, of course, because you don't have that many timeouts actually in Valorant anyways, but it's a crucial timeout to have to try to come back into this game, because another round later you would have potentially been on an eco where that timeout would not come into fruition or not be that valuable for you for C9 Blue. So hopefully with here, the timeout that they had, the rifles that they have going into this round, they are trying to figure out how version 1's playing this.
Well, and that's a great way to start things off. Unfortunately, they're running right into the Bucky, but Vanity with no value this time around. Mitch still having the heal available, should be able to top off Leaf. You see it down in the bottom right, 100 health now on the raise, and guess what? Return on investment, baby.
Huge kills coming in from Leaf with the entries, and there you go. Leaf gets a triple kill into that round. So as we were saying, we want to hear more about Leaf with the highlight reels, with the kills that you want to do as a raise, especially going head-to-head against Vanity with a Bucky, of all places at the entrance of B main. That was very well done for Leaf to be able to open things up here for C9 Blue. Not only that, but they win this round, I think only losing 1 player in the process, maybe even 0. As you can see here, it's a flawless actually. So getting that flawless builds that economy up, and you want to build that momentum now for C9 Blue.
Yeah, and it was an awkward position to be, right? It was the last 2 standing. They end up buying into that bonus round for version 1, and you see coming into the next where you would expect them to have rifles, they don't. So that is, like you said, a huge round to pick up in flawless fashion just to keep things flourishing, where on the other side of things, that is just not the case. Leaf unfortunately cut a bit short there with the blast back, maybe just trying to get into that safe position. Uncontested is going to look to take his lead. The spike yet to go down, the wall now to be planted, and this one was sniffed out before by Vanity. That means looking to get some chip damage with the shock darts. Penny up top, Blade Storm in hand, and that's a lot of damage onto Mitch, forced to use the heal on himself. Player 1 gonna find the first, and this is an eco round that could go the way of V1. They pick up a couple of kills. There's guns down on the ground. The Bucky's still running wild here. The upgrade to the Vandal, the defuse to come on through. Relics on the flank, able to stop one, needs to stop another. He has to buy time. He has to stay alive. He finds another kill, but he's on 4 HP. No, Vanity's on 4 HP, and he finds the kill. A thrifty victory for version 1.
Just like 2 steps a little bit out of that wall because it was broken towards that front side. I don't know if Relics noticed it. He kind of got like an accidental kill with the stray bullet that got that headshot. I think it was onto player 1 all the way towards Nest. So he was in a great position to try to clutch the 3 versus 1. The backstab was perfect, but again, because that wall was broken towards that front side and he was forced to reload, just unfortunate for him, and a great clutch coming in the end for even version 1. You called it. It was actually an eco round right now. Actually, he should have seen that. He sprayed enough to kill that wall, and when he looks back, he's like, oh crap, there's a huge gap in the end after shooting that wall, right? So a little bit unfortunate for Relics, but you call it. It was a half buy going in for version 1. They had the Blade Storm to come out as well. It didn't do much for Penny, but it was really that Bucky and SMGs from Zelsis and from Vanity that really helped things out there for version 1 to get this eco, this half buy versus C9 Blue. Where C9 Blue, well, it's going to be another timeout for them to try to figure things out. Now we're back into a live state, and they're also probably low on economy, as you could tell right now.
Yeah, and you really fear for Relics in that one just because he did the damage to Vanity. There was nobody to call out and say, hey, he's got 4 health. Just switch to your classic, right? It was all of that damage came through the wall at the end of that round there.
Yeah.
And then he ran out of ammo fighting player 1. So that's just absolutely one you wish you could have back. Now, Cloud9 back's not completely against the wall, and that's a great way to start things up, right? You have 1 round to waste here before match point. It's not the end of the world, but they're going to start to mount their comeback. 11-6, quite possibly on the horizon. The spike to be planted, and a 4v5 retake coming through for version 1.
Yeah, definitely a huge run right now for and huge map control after a post plan. And you see from version 1, after losing that player so early, all 4 of them are saving. They have so many rounds to work with. Penny's low on HP. They've invested a lot of money into an operator as well. Oh, his Relics. Okay, Relics was just looking for information at the same time too, or just teleporting back to his team as he was lurking around before. So this is actually a great round for C9 Blue. You want to try to win this round with the least casualties as possible, because like I said, after this buy, if they actually did lose a round, they weren't looking good on the economy. So now you want to try to flush out. You can't really hunt them down as well. Only maybe a couple of players, 1 or 2, could try to hunt some players down on this pulse plan. But for the rest, you're just saving your guns into the next round, and the same thing for version 1. So that economy is not going to be built up as fast over version 1, because with these players alive, you're only getting 1,000 credits each.
The save definitely hurts, and there's a whole lot of math that obviously goes into it based off of the weapon that you're saving and where you're at when it comes to utility. Either way, it really does stink to not get the full outcome. With the outcome of that round, though, all 5 staying alive for Cloud9 Blue. That is best case scenario. And like you said, they didn't go on the hunt because you couldn't really afford to lose a rifle there. You'd be in a really bad spot if that was the case. So it was just leave the 1 player all by their lonesome trying to find something, maybe damage the economy a bit for version 1. But once more, we go right back into rifles. Penny gonna have that operator in hand still. It didn't get any value in the last round, but now that it's positioned up towards A, maybe it gets something here.
Yeah, and you're also very happy on that previous round for C9 Blue that you got to kill without having to use your showstopper yet. This could be a very important one to use this round, as you have a run it back and a lockdown on the defense. So as they try to take over this A site, if it's going to happen towards the A site, you don't have a Hunter's Fury to try to take down a lockdown from player 1. So is it going to be paint shells? You got to throw at the right place. You got to keep that in your pockets right now for lead 2. Well, he just threw them.
There it is. Yeah, paint shells to go down. Not gonna have anything to stop that lockdown now unless Zeta can pick up a couple of kills. And here come the ultimates. Leap gonna go through. Showstopper not gonna find too much. With the run it back, Zelsis is able to net 1 onto Mitch. It's Resurrection off the board. So it's a 5v4 no matter what. Version 1. On the retake, though, working against the clock, and all 5 members stacked up towards this defender spawn area. Vanity gonna get spotted on the cross. Leaf gonna leave that fight for the rest of the squad. Here comes the lockdown. They've got to run off the side, or do they just take the fight right to them? There it is. A couple of kills from Poise. Able to buy some time. The lockdown actually gets taken down, and Poise still alive some way, somehow. Zeta has to find the kill through the blaze wall. Unfortunately, not able to do it. Version 1 with a clean retake will push themselves to map point.
So yes, the other agent that could take the lockdown down was definitely Zeta at that point. That's why he was playing towards that L. You saw him bounce those shock darts pretty much towards that screen side because Poise was already fighting. Leaf is already fighting. They were trying to just prevent version 1 from getting into the side. It worked well to start things off, but when Poise had to drop down after into 410, you saw that pulse plant defense for C9 Blue start to crumble down. It started off well to get into the round. That showstopper was in the dark through the dark cover, thinking that people are going to follow up behind or run it back from the spawn side. So unfortunately wasted for Leaf and C9, and now they're facing the first map, a first map loss in this series versus version 1.
Ooh. And quick kills from version 1, gonna stunt anything C9 can get done, but they come right back. Ultimate's used for ultimate. Spray down for spray down as Vanity cuts it down to just Relics in a 1v2. He does have the spike, but the information, the lack thereof, makes it so scary right here for Relics.
Definitely. I mean, he's got the spike. He's got a lot of time to work with. He could really lurk around and try to separate these two remaining defending players, but you see how they're grouped up. They're okay of letting Relics plant wherever the hell he wants. If it's going to be towards B, faster rotate. If it's going to be towards A, we're going to have a full kit for Effies for the retake as well. But now Relics is walking into a full-out trap.
Yeah, unbeknownst to Relics, he is walking right into two players. He spots him out there looking the wrong way, and he's got 30 seconds, and he's going to beat feet.
30 seconds left.
Maybe over to the safe side. Like you said, these guys don't have to move. They're okay to just let him plant, so he is going to take his leave. I thought maybe he tried to fake or B once more. 24 shield, 69 health is all the Omen has going for him. Vanity gonna stick from the shadow, spots a plant, and through the wall, there it is. Only a defuse now separating version 1 from a win. 13-6 over C9 on Icebox.
We should have talked about that too, right? The possibility of having that from the shadows to go all the way out too, not only with the utility from Effies. Very hard scenario for Relics to try to win. Another situation where he almost tried to clutch here at this point, but unfortunately fell short. And it's going to be version 1 getting that first map in this series. Their map pick though, so you're really happy with that result, especially running in that confidence, knowing that they put up a good fight for C9 Blue versus 100 Thieves to make it 13-10, and now you win this one. Very one-sided for version 1. You're looking good into the second map.
Yeah, absolutely looking good. A whole lot of momentum going your way with a 13-6 victory. And the next map is split, where both of these teams, Cloud9 looked good on it yesterday. Version 1 looks pretty good on it historically. So it really does feel like it could go either way, and quite possibly 3 games in the series, guys. But before we get there, we do have to hop to a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if version 1 can continue to be Titan Slayers, or if Cloud9 Blue can take us to a map 3. all the time that we need in that short break to look to get the action right back to you guys. We've got version 1, Cloud9 Blue, and map 2 on the horizon. But that map 1, Vance, I mean, version 1, it just seemed like they had Cloud9 red from the get-go.
Yeah, Cloud9 Blue red, right? No, definitely. From the get-go, I know it was a dad joke. Sorry, it was pretty bad. But at this point, I do definitely agree with you, right? I mean, when you're looking at where they shine versus phase 2 was these lower buys, the rounds where they were facing like half buy versus rifles. It always came out in the favors of their half buys. We've seen exactly this type of scenario versus C9 Blue again. So where it works out for them the most is a map like Icebox, and they definitely double up their lead, double up their victory onto that one too. C9 Blue, they didn't really have an answer against this type of composition with no Sage going in was just showing how more aggressive you want it to be, and it just worked out there for version 1.
Yeah, and it was kind of raising eyebrows again. Icebox, it feels like Sage is a staple, but version 1, you know, taking their own meta into the mix, and we can see the frag wins, the objective wins. All of it didn't really matter. What it came down to, what it really felt like was outside of version 1 having a solid read, like we saw in that pistol, it was 2 quick kills from Leaf to start the game, but then 3 kills traded right back. So they knew that they were going to try and counter strat towards B-Long. And then even when you throw strategy out of the window on the retakes, on the thrifty rounds, the eco buys, version 1, that is where they flourished so much, and it puts, you know, both teams in the inflated economy, having zero economy. It felt like even if Cloud9 wanted to, they couldn't get the ball rolling.
Yeah, it worked out very well for version 1 in the end. So now for Cloud9 Blue, you just basically have to turn the page and try to focus into this next map. I mean, you're going into the map that you've chosen, right, which is going to be very good. The thing is right now, though, for version 1 is that they actually beat one of the, for me, in North America, one of the powerhouses on this map, which is going to be Envy at this point. I mean, he beat them 13-3 on Split earlier on in the bracket yesterday. And to see that come out for version 1 versus Envy, as much as I like to say that Cloud9 looks very good on this map too, it's not going to be easy for them for Cloud9.
Not easy by any means. And so you talk about that 13-3, just previous, I guess yesterday after that, Envy was a 13-8 over BBG, a 13-7 over Elysium, 13-1 over United. Now, I'm going to jump back a couple matches before that, because it's something that I bring up a lot when I just talk about Split alone. A 13-11 over Rise. That game, at the half, it was 11-1, Rise was ahead. On the attacking side, version 1 put 12 in a row to win on Split. So this map is, I mean, comfortable is an understatement. And I'm excited to see the attacking side because they seem to be so incredibly explosive.
I think, again, we just saw this map rotation for these two teams, right? And the 2 maps that were banned. They've banned Split for, they've banned Ascent, and they've also banned Bind. So Cloud9 banning Bind is a map that is an auto ban for version 1 as well. And then you're banning Ascent, where these 2 teams aren't that good on that map either. So it's great that this map and this map rotation really fits into the playstyles of both of these teams, albeit very different in terms of the play styles, right? Just from the agent compositions on that first map, it's going to be different on the second map as well. And which type of play style is going to work out better for these teams, we'll find out with that.
And I actually had seen Zeta, I believe, tweeting about the Sky and the comfortability on that Sky. Split is a map where we see some of that play come on through as we hop in to our agent select here. We'll see what is on the horizon. I will say, you know, the Peanut Brain play-by-play, I'm assuming no Sova. There it is. I'm saying no Sova. That's pretty much a given.
No, you'll definitely get a Sky coming out here from Zeta. I think what we'll see from Cloud9 is what we saw when they played yesterday. And they actually, it was against Immortals, and they weren't playing an anchored Sentinel. So they have Mitch as a Sentinel for Sage, playing it more towards the A side instead of playing towards mid or towards B. And the same thing that we saw from Immortals as Sage is going to be played towards the A side. Is it going to be the same thing for version 1 here for Effys? Potentially, because they do have a Cypher in their composition. So they could leverage that type of utility towards B or A and switch that back and forth between between player 1 and Effie's, or maybe even have Vanity hold up the A side with the Omen on A. With the Paranoia too, that's going to help a lot. So again, like I said, different play styles, but looking at Cloud9 Blue, they look very good in terms of the executions that they could have with Zeta playing on a Sky.
And I really like the, I guess, I don't know the terminology, right? When you talk about, some people say, well, this team's not running Sentinel, but they have a Sage, and Sage is a Sentinel, but you bring up that anchored Sentinel. That's something that I'm gonna have to bring into future broadcasts or future games, because it does feel nice to have that. Although you can get information with the Sage, because if you put your wall down and they shoot it, well, yeah, you know that they're there, but it's not quite the same as what the Cypher and the Killjoy bring. Is you've got everybody locked in, no initiator, and no real flashes either for version 1.
Yeah, exactly. For version 1, it's just going to be, okay, Paranoia, going to have to try to do a Paranoia dash in order to try to take this mid control. But I think for version 1, you're counting a lot on player 1's lurk play on the attacker side. They are playing defenders first, but we'll have to, once we switch sides, player 1 going to be lurking towards that A side. You want to try to force up a rotation to allow for the rest of the teams to be enabled towards mid side, towards B side, or even if player 1's able to get a couple of kills, then they'll switch over and split into the A side.
And here we go, map number 2 just about underway again for this one. The stakes, the winners will cement themselves in Challengers Finals. They'll have some time to hang on out. The losers will get to go to Challengers 2 and try again to make it into Finals. But this being a big one here moving forward in the bracket, and it's looking like a B hit thus far.
Yeah, it's going to be Guiding Light to try to get information. It's not going to see anybody yet because Vanity was holding behind that B site instead. So now we're going to have another Guiding Light. Vanity is going to have to fall back, but we are going to go for this double push into B right after.
The smoke's coming out. Relic's on the lurk once more.
Crazy.
Zealous is going to pick up a couple of kills as they look to push on through, and you're not allowed. B site is not for you, as Effie's is there to keep his Rays alive, and Vanity, the only one to fall. Relic slowly bringing up the rear. Both Zeta and Relic's full HP. No armor bot from the sky as it looks to take some fights. You see the sight lines, and Zeta just popping grapes, the Trailblazer, to try and disorient, playing through the dark cover is Zelsis, who will finally fall in player 1. The lurking Cypher that you noted on the attacking side, doing it on the defense. Zeta from downtown. What a round to bring out for Cloud9.
What a round for Zeta. And with 3 kills there, and thankfully he doesn't get a spike plan for version 1 because he's going to be 2 kills away from Seekers. But that was a beautiful clutch there from Zeta to save that round for Cloud9 Blue, because you saw from the way C9 Blue wanted to get into the site, they went for a dash and even satchel charges towards the right side, probably to try to catch the person playing towards default off guard. But there was already 2 players that dropped down from heaven into hell for version 1, and nobody was watching it. So it was just easy kills on the 2 first trying to get entries, and you needed some huge effort right now from the remaining players of Zeta and Relics, and they got it done.
One thing to take note of for the defense here, Vanity with a Bucky. Unfortunately, not going to find too much earlier in this round as they are stacked up towards mid, and not too sure if it is going to be a B hit just yet as Zeta looks to rotate back around. You talked about yesterday, right? Vanity and this version 1 squad using that Bucky. We just saw it on Icebox. And now you see Cloud9 thinking, it's kind of like the Stinger meta, right? We have to respect that they could have forced out Buckies in this round.
Yeah. And this is a strat that I said that I really like from Cloud9. I didn't mention it before, but we get to observe it now, right after this action happens.
Unfortunately, the pistol's just not enough here for version 1. Although we talked about how much they thrive in the eco rounds, this one is not being it just yet. This Vanity only able to get some damage with the Bucky in hand. Zelsis and Effie's just going to try and do some damage on the way out. But yeah, I mean, I was watching your stream last night, Van. You really enjoyed this one. You brought out the pencil and started circling stuff.
Yeah, definitely. So basically what happens there for the execution of C9 Blue, which we don't see often on A side, is they leverage Zeta with the guided light. So the first guiding light goes around the corner into the A site. It's going to spot some players that are playing potentially towards balcony or towards the window of heaven side. That forces a player to get away or turn around because of the first guiding light. Then that sets up Penny and Zelsis at A main. When the second guiding light comes out, they throw a cloud burst in the middle by the flower pot. Penny dashes into it. Zelsis goes for a satchel charge into it. Then they both swing out to go for a trade up towards heaven side or even clear towards the A site when a paranoia is being thrown into the A site from A main of relics. So there's a lot of utility that's being used out of that to allow for a lot of map retakes or map site control for C9 Blue that I strongly recommend for chat to check it out when you have a chance to watch these VODs.
And it means good things thus far for Cloud9. It is going to be full rifles, except for Vanity, who forced up to Bucky. He's A-okay to have the Spectre here in this one, and that Sage Wall. It does give you that bit of information that they are looking to play out towards mid. Paint Shell's going to push Effie's away. Should be able to use that one to heal up, and only one slow orb remaining, so they might just look to bait this out, and there it is. Bombot goes down, or the Boombot, excuse me. Heal still available. Dash on the side. Paranoia to follow, and there it is, hand in hand. As they drop down, Zelsis is able to find one. Gets another out of the sky. Looking for more in the smoke. The showstopper onto the steps to cut him down, and it's a flawless round for version 1.
Oof, that was a great hold there for version 1. Even preventing from getting any information to get done there from Leaf with that Boombot, just from some nice frost orbs onto the top of the staircase. So any type of like real aggression you're trying to make is slowly falling short for the attacker side, which allows you to reposition for yourself towards the B site. So you slow things down, you regain position, and now C9 Blue doesn't have that information to come back into the site because the only thing they have for information is a Trailblazer, which wasn't used there at that point for Zeta and company to get into the site. So version 1, perfect crossfire setup, they get that. But at least this round, the Seekers will be available for C9 Blue to take advantage of the site.
A couple of deaths later, and Zeta does have that one online. One guiding light already used to try and clear out mid, but not a whole lot of information. And because of that, the squad has assumed their position, right here inside of ropes. Another guiding light to try and clear out heaven. Although both players playing towards this site. Zelsis through the smoke, trying to buy some time with the blast packs, make sure nobody pushing through this defender-sided area. And Zeta hops on down, finds a kill on a Penny, and opens up the site. He finds some more, and now Effie's maybe to follow. The run and gun gonna go just a bit wide. It's a 5v3. It's a flawless in response for Cloud9.
Keep enabling your duelists right now, as Zeta is the plan for Cloud9 Blues. So getting those Seekers out towards mid, 3 of them bolted towards the male side towards B, so they're like, okay, less defense now towards the A side, let's go there. And they have that guiding light again from Zeta to go from the ropes into the vents, and it allows Leaf and Poise to pop up towards that heaven side and then just take control of the A side right after. The number advantage that they had right after coming out of ropes was huge, and it's just very, very well done. So how do you stop right now? How do you stop Cloud9 Blue with version 1? Just try to figure out how you stop Zeta first, because that's gonna not allow Leaf and Poise to get into these sites.
Yeah, nice guiding lights there for the information, and just by that space, they jump right onto the site. And again, it's Leaf and Poise hand in hand. The tailwind, the blast packs. Vanity takes a bit of damage from the paint shells. He's going to shoot down the Boombot and Leaf to follow. Paranoia to try and buy some space. He's looking to run Poise down. He is all by his lonesome, so needs to be careful. Now Zelsis doing his darndest to use those. Oh my goodness, Vanity still alive and still finding kills up from heaven. They rain down the fire. Version 1 still working against the clock. It is a 1v2 from the shadows is available, and the regrowth not going to get too much value, but the rifle will. Zeta continues to go to work. Penny still has the operator in hand. He went blast cannon with it, and it's starting to pay off. He needs to find one more, but he's running out of time. There's the quick scope, but Zeta with the running shot, a 3K on the round. And again, they just have no answer, Vans. That right there is the staple of Cloud9 right now.
Yeah, now if you actually did have that head-to-head between Zeta and Hiko, and you want to talk about clutch opportunities, that's where Zeta is currently shining. Not as a Sova, but as a Sky on this very map. It's probably one of the maps that he's most comfortable to play in, because again, when you're thinking about Korean players or just how this map is being played in Korea, they were the ones that coined that Vision Strikers flash and dash from, like, for example, the Breach and Jet. So as that continues to evolve, that meta continues to evolve on Split, he's just very comfortable to utilize another initiator to help right now a North American team and lineup of C9 Blue to just get full effect out of these duelists. And it continues like that. These guiding lights, these dashes into the cloud burst. At least there's a trade that happens out from Penny, but the advantage of that map control still comes into C9 Blue inside A.
And this is another eco round where we usually see version 1 get something done, and it just seems incredibly hard to do here at this point. Player 1 gonna go wide on the shots. He's taken down a nice barrier orb. Gonna slow this push where everybody is. Vanity's able to find one with the jump. Bucky, and the wall has since been broken, but you just don't have the facilities for these long-range battles as Relics gets cut down to 3 HP. Now you're just looking to make something hurt for version 1. There's no way they win this round.
That's right. Even then, it's like this half buy that you have for version 1. You're hoping that the Bucky does a bit. I mean, he's able to get a couple of kills. Now you're just looking for these exit. Big frost orb, though, that might prevent some players to make it out of that site alive. That spike's about to go off, and you're happy with it. Everybody died. Literally all 10 players died. But again, because you only had pistols and a Bucky for version 1 and a full buy for C9 Blue, this is going to be the round where it's critical for both of these teams to start to or continue to build the momentum for C9 Blue or version 1 to claw back into this game. Because look at the amount of money that's remaining for these two teams, right? If I think version 1 loses, that's 3 rounds in a row that they lose. They're still going to have to be on a half buy. If C9 Blue loses, it's 1,900 credits. It's still going to be like some sort of a mixed buy still. They're still going to be healthy on a buy, but at least the economy has finally been dented against version 1.
5 rounds for Cloud9 off a 13-6 loss on Icebox. Really shaking that one off and battling back tough against a very tough team here on Split. Although I did highlight the attacking side from version 1, and I mean, they've already got enough rounds to make that 12-0 comeback. Should it be 11-1 at the half? This next one important with rifles. 4 ultimates online for Cloud9, 3 for version 1. That's a resurrection for Effie's that could turn the tide here in this round.
Definitely, and Relics is playing that lurk. So, as we talk about no sentinels, again, that's C9. That's going to use Omen as that type of lurk play. And now that he's teleporting towards the back of the site, that's going to stop player 1. He didn't actually clear the back of the site. That's crazy.
He stuck the ultimate, and player 1 got the kill, and 2 more to follow. It's all up to Zeta, who's done it in the past, but cannot do it this time around. And player 1 in round 7 comes back to form.
And you've lost, what, 1 player out of that? Like I said, it was going to be a very important round for version 1 into this round 2. And that, look at that, it wasn't even a full 360 to look around. He did a 270, pretty much looking towards the only angle that player 1 was at. He didn't look there. Player 1's able to capitalize on kills because that's misinformation of Relics that wasn't communicated into Cloud9 Blue. And on top of that, player 1 gets a wall bang into it too. And like I said, look at the economy right now. Yes, a couple of them we can still buy, but they're going for a Phantom. We have pistols and we have a Bucky for Relics. This is going to be the momentum, the round that was needed for version 1 to claw back into this half.
A nice pickup on defense. Now it is going to be that Blade Storm used on this eco buyer, this light buy for Cloud9. Paranoia gonna slow things for now. 3 players over towards this B site though, makes this one a bit harder to hit. Showstopper in the hands. Leaf gonna send that one out, clear that corner. This time around, he's able to find another kill. So 1 for the ult with poise, 1 for the rifle of Leaf as Penny starts to battle back. A 3v4. Oh no, Relics with the Bucky this time around, just trying to run him down. Unfortunately, the run and gun is going to take down the Omen, but the spike is planted. A retake commence here, and Poise still has the blades in hand. Could find Penny. No, Penny going to be the first to find the shot. Celsius going to use the showstopper just to secure the round, and Effies will find the imposter on the way out. Version 1 grab another round. It hurt a little bit though. You lose 2 players there, so the economy This is going to be an interesting one.
Still going to be very good, though, for version 1, right? You've won 2 rounds in a row at this point, so that's 3K no matter what. The economy is going to be fine. It's just more for C9 Blue. It's one of those very unlucky moments because the Relics was in a great spot to utilize that right-click Bucky to get 1 or 2 kills. He couldn't even get 1 out of the 3. And then that showstopper that came out from Zelsis, great positioning from Leaf, played under the satchel charges, but couldn't connect with the Frenzy. So all those shots that were missed were just a detriment of C9 Blue that looked pretty good from the entry from Poise with the Blade Storm to be able to get the round in your favor. So, again, unlucky, unfortunate. You just turn the page. You have a rifle round finally coming back for C9 Blue. Just try to bring this back into your favor now on your attacker side.
And this time for version 1, they're not giving up that ropes position for free. Oh no, Zealous is actually playing this one. Gets a bit of damage, but swung on and taken down. Boy, he's making that one hurt. Completely unexpected of that player to be there too.
And male side for sure, and now that that allows his first kill, everybody's lurking back towards A main. But again, you're in that situation where you lose a player, you want to push and try to get information. So look how aggressive it is on towards A main, and this off angle of Effie's could be huge.
A dark cover. Data gonna be the first to push, able to find 1. Leaf trades it back, but Vanity has the high ground and trades out the Raze, so no Raze utility. The 3v3 we go. Penny's able to cut down 1 more. Vanity still going to work, and Penny to close it out. Version 1 starting to battle back, and we're nearly tied here.
They read him like a book. Not only that, but you should have paid attention to that minimap too. I think I'm pretty sure I saw a camera towards B main. So after that camera that was thrown from player 1 towards B main is like, well, I don't see anybody at garage right now. And because they got a player down towards mid side and they started to push to get information, everybody's starting to shift forward towards that A site. So as FaZe gets first contact and first blood towards A side, a perfect trade from Vanity, the time has been wasted enough that by the time C9 makes it towards the entrance of the A site, everybody has already rotated from version 1. That dash across to continue to create a crossfire from Penny with the rest of version 1 was just beautiful. And now we have a 5-4 scoreline, and back on an eco with C9 Blue and a potential 5-5 for version 1.
On the horizon, boys. The only rifle here inside a mailroom has gotten himself quite a bit of space up towards this B heaven site. Some noise on the ropes here. I don't know if that gave away too much as another guiding light goes through. And that went out towards screen, so quite possibly thinking that somebody might be playing in that position from the shadows from Vanity to back up the squad. And I mean, Cloud9, they're headed right back in the opposite direction. There's the only rifle, and it gets so much value, opening things up, and only 1 here, playing towards the back of the site. It is Effie's. Looking to push through the cloud burst. Poise able to find another, trying to take this round into his own hands. The spike narrowly escaped, and Mitch is able to use the barrier orb to set the wall up. It does reinforce, and the spike will be planted, but the shot from Relics.
He was waiting there the whole time, counting the bullets, how many left in the chamber. I know I'm going to land this one sheriff shot. He does get the 1 tap, and now it's a perfect pulse plan here for C9.
It's getting a bit harder, though. It's all up to Vanity. The swing with the frenzy, and Cloud9 battle back in thrifty fashion.
And I saw the idea of the full from the shadows of Vanity towards the A side because they've walled up so deep towards that B site for Effie's that it's like it has to be towards A. The wall hasn't been broken. Nothing's really happening on this B side where somehow C9 Blue makes it up towards heaven because they force a rotation from just this lurk play from Relics again into this A site. Force that rotation out. You're pushing the rest of C9 Blue towards the B heaven side, and you're even pushing down towards that staircase. And that's one of those unorthodox moments where it's like, how the hell did Poise make it into a spawn? And that just shambles the whole rotation back. And that was just great positioning and great communication from both Poise and Relics to be able to get that round there for C9.
And a great way to start the next there. Leaf picks one up onto Vanity, who is usually a driving force for this version 1 squad, taken off the board. And previous to this round, previous to that last round, you talked about the cam being inside B main, nobody being there, and the play must have been A. It's the exact same thing with the wall. And I was going to say, well, yeah, you have to be a madman to run all 5 up into heaven B. But then Cloud9 do that, and it actually pays off. They actually make it work. Now they're looking to bait the body, but Poise just going to work. Vanity cannot get the weapon out. It's a 3K for the Jet. and it's looking like another round for Cloud9.
Yeah, and that's a heavy investment round so far for version 1. Penny invested into an operator as well. So with a 5-on-2, no damage, barely any damage done yet. No even damage needed. There's only Poise that got damage out of that one, and Leaf on armor a bit. And that was some nice shots going in there for the last 2 kills going on the attacker. And now you're kind of like on a mixed buy for the last round. Where version 1 had the momentum opportunity to catch up, that was basically broken down from that eco 2 rounds ago.
A player that I wanted to highlight now coming to life here on Split was Relics, right? Who played the duelist role next to Tens when he was playing for this roster, and not necessarily in the shadow, but I thought was a really good compliment to what Tens was able to do, and a really strong duelist. You slap him on the Omen and nothing changes, just continues to frag crispy shots there, taking that up away, and it does look like they ended up picking that one up at the end, and there he goes again, right back to work. It's Relics for 2.
And you had to try to go aggressive that time for version 1, sorry. The half buy that you got, you're working as a group, you're pushing in together, and now you have Penny with the knives though. He might turn it back over for version 1.
And Penny, there's a weapon down on the ground. Poise answers back to the Bladestorm of his own in a 2K of his own. Both Relics and Poise going to work in the last round of the half, and Zelsis now the last one standing in what was a 1v4, but the Resurrection makes it a 1v5. A Spectre in hand, full utility, full HP, and full information that one is playing in that direction. But Zeta goes back to the killing ways, closes that one out, and very reminiscent of map number 1, we've got an 8-4 scoreline.
And this is looking very good for C9 Blue right now, right? You wanted to take the defender side first for version 1 because it is a map that's picked against you. You want to be more comfortable on this defender side, but you've lost 8 rounds so far. Advantage right now, at least for version 1, again, is that they don't have to face against an anchored Sentinel, which means now for version 1, there's going to be some weaknesses around. They're going to have to move bodies around a lot. They're going to have to try to rotate a lot. They're going to have to leverage Zeta with these flashes to get information and also react on this information from Cloud9 Blue. And if they don't, this is where version 1 could punish.
And if there's anything that this guy brings to the table, it is the ability to delay. I think we saw that a lot in the matchup yesterday, just tossing out those guiding lights. It nets you so much. So an early barrier orb over towards A, trying to stop a push. It gets shot down almost immediately, as it hasn't given away too much, right? There's still the round just started.
Yeah.
You could, if you're version 1, you could still go anywhere on this map, but they are looking to creep up towards A, and Leaf might be first to contact. Poise right there, backing him up. A couple of classic shots going down range. Leaf able to find the heads of 2. The spike now fallen, has since been picked up by player 1, but Cloud9 looking to stick it right to him. Zelsis across the map, makes it out unscathed with a kill. Nice little upgrade onto the Ghost and the Boombot for information, and actually buys out the Paranoia. So it's a 3v4, but so much utility use.
Big kill that might come up here. That's a huge kill from Zelsis. They might push back the ropes and go back towards A. If they actually get the second one inside ropes, it's going to be a tough one. There you go.
Through the smoke, and you called it, Vansili. That was the caster blessing for version 1, and a round that started so poorly now looks to swing back their way. Mitch is still alive, which means a heal still available. That gets a whole lot of value on this pistol round. He's just shy of a kill, forced to use the heal on himself as he backs away. Relic's able to trade a kill back up into heaven. Both players now playing from this position, but with no heal. 5 HP is not a whole lot to go to war with. Nice little headshot, gonna find the dink, and player 1 just needs to buy some time because Vanity is going to work.
What a round there for version 1. It looked perfect for C9 Blue. Yes, that wall that was up early, that doesn't do much technically for Cloud9, at least was enough information to say there was at least like 2-3 sets of gunshots that we heard towards that wall. So they have to work at some point because the rest of them are still trying to get information towards mid. So as they have 2 players towards the A heaven side, Leaf had some great openers, and as they push back for information and they're trying to rotate back knowing that it's happening towards mid, that dark cover was everything there for Vanity on that mid side to allow for Zelsis to get that kill onto B heaven on that lurk, and then also to come back into the ropes to get that second one. That was just very unfortunate there for C9 Blue, but very well done for version 1.
And on the eco round, you want to try and find something. You don't want to be found in headshot right at the beginning, as Leaf was. He is healed up, but Sage, unfortunately, not able to top off the teammates any longer. Zeta doesn't have the regrowth in this one, but Leaf, there it is. Oh my goodness. It's like if you heal somebody, they're good for a kill. That's what it feels like for this Cloud9 roster.
Yeah, now on a pulse plan, all 5 of them are posted up, and you have a lot of choices right now. Go for it. Go for exits. You're going to go for it.
You're going to go for it. Caught with utility. Out was Vanity, unfortunately falling there. And then basically a 1v1. Effys needs to play around the spike. 3 HP. Oh, there's the wall. He has to try and break it down. He's able to swap weapons. Zeta's just thinking it. The classics come out, and the Bulldog takes a bite.
Oh my god, what a thrifty round. And like you said, basically at 1 versus 1, what does Mitch do? I'm just going to sacrifice myself. A selfless play to allow Zeta to put this up at halfway and even a little bit more if you wanted to, but Zeta knew he had a lot of time in his hands. So just wait as soon as this wall breaks, goes with that Bulldog that he picks up and gets that kill. That was just very well done, and just the aggressive push from C9 Blue to crunch towards the A side. That's one of those moments where on an eco and you're stacking a site, you're gambling on a 50-50. You're gambling the B site, player retake A, or you're gambling the other way around, and they gambled perfectly for C9 Blue for putting all their chips on the A site.
And Vanity, I mean, just running up. You see how much the guiding lights can get done. And the accuracy, the precision on Zeta with that guiding light to find those blinds, just to slow things down. Another one, not going to find the information is there as that dark cover. Bought some space. Leaf trying to buy some more, but a classic. Able to take him down from Zelsis. Poison Relic, so right there to answer back. And Vanity, unfortunately, not finding an upgrade in that 1 kill on Leaf. Still has a Bucky in hand and 4 members to worry about.
Yeah, that's the first time I see that. Interesting play, actually, because often you see teams trying to take A heaven control and then wall up spawn and go towards screen. This time it's another one, but similarly you're going to B heaven instead. But as you're going to wall up B heaven and you're trying to run towards the A side, you still have to worry about screens. You still have to worry about heaven.
Oh, and the paranoia goes wide. Has to worry about boys back in the spawn. Narrowly missing on the near side there is Cloud9. Now double digits, and it feels pretty miraculous to be able to win that round after the pistol, making that not only that bonus round not be a bonus, and this being the first round we get to see rifles.
It's going to be a very important one, I think, for C9 Blue to continue with this momentum, right? To keep up with the morale to say, look, we've gone destroyed on that first map. We're doing very good on the attack. We've won pistol. We won second round. Getting this gun round against version 1 that would potentially put them on a half buy on a next, you want to continue with that confidence. And they're actually using that confidence to play very aggressively towards mid first, and it pays off. That's what I was talking about. Utilizing Zeta, getting those duelists down towards mid control, rotate bodies over, and it's looking good for C9 to start.
And a false sense of security off the back end of that guiding light. You know, maybe it didn't spot Zelsis, so he thought he was okay to push on up on the flank once more. There's the dash on the side into the smoke, but they don't check heaven, and Leaf gets so much value. It's all down to Vanity, who was lurking over towards mid a moment ago. And now in a 1v4 has brought up the rear. Guiding light to go on through. Going to take a fight right up to heaven. 125 health. Make it 91 now after finding the first kill. Looking for the second. But it's Zeta from downtown. 11-5. And it should be another eco buy from version 1.
Yeah, and compare that type of execution that you have from C9 Blue in version 1, because technically when you're looking at Penny and you're looking at Zelsis, same thing for Leaf and Poise, right? They could go for the cloud burst and then just dash in and do that satchel charging at the same time. But what's missing here from version 1? They only have a paranoia. And when you have something like Vanity that's playing a lurk, kind of like what Relics did on that mid side, you have no flashes to go into the site. So that allows somebody that plays on that balcony like Leaf to just get open season onto your opponents. And just a slight, you know, because of that agent composition, that's the weakness that you have trying to get into that type of execution that way.
This time, though, working hand in hand are the duelists for version 1. They back everybody off the site, and the ultimates have since been popped. The blades online for both Penny and Poise. the wall to block off, or that barrier orb to make sure nobody comes through screens for free. And we find ourselves in a full 5v5 retake. Leaf looking to cut these numbers down off the back end of a guiding line, able to spot out one, but he's shot out of the sky. Effie's with a huge kill. Player one there to back him up, but Zeta and Relics now on the board. 3v3, they go through. It's a bulldog for Vanity. He's able to find an upgrade. Mitch gonna use that resurrection. Effie's has one in his back pocket. Should he choose to use it, he's gonna be run down with the frenzy. And once more, it's all up to Vanity in a 1v2 situation. The spike, the clock, it's all ticking down into the dark cover. They go. Zeta to follow, and it's a 3K for the Omen for version 1.
They had no time no matter what, but the way that Vanity just never let go of that mouse one is just like, I'm spraying through the first guy. Second guy has to come at some point through the smoke. Please, God, come through the smoke. And finally he did win that fight. Even though, like, even if he lost that round, it would have been the round coming in for version 1 no matter what, because there was no time. So very well done here for version 1 on that post plant. There was some showstoppers going here and there. We were talking about how flashes don't really help, or they didn't have really any flashes for version 1 to get into the site, but at least a showstopper is definitely good enough to clear up that space. But now they don't have that showstopper anymore. So they have to mix up their strat book. They have to go back to maybe a slower default, and it seems to be towards this mid side to start things off.
And the guiding light, it gets the information that they're blind in. Leaf now going to get the information that they were looking to play through ropes. He's going to find his counterpart. Now Zeus is taken off the board. Yeah. And Penny to follow. They try and punish Leaf, but they get punished themselves. The resurrection is available, but both of those bodies in very compromised spots.
And that's what I meant, right? The Trailblazers saw a couple of guys, and it's like, okay, they might push into ropes. Leaf is just winning there on the ropes. You're still very accurate. It's not like a ladder in other games, and he's able to get those easy kills. But that kill coming out from PL1, huge, because that is now going to be the hat being thrown off, positions given away, the res to come out as well, and player 1 is already inside the site on a 1v1 versus Mitch.
And they knew that they only had to find that one fight. Player 1 is able to open things up, but Relic stopping things on the rotate. Now, speaking of rotates, Poise has since made his way on over. A nice ultimate to get away and an upgrade as well. That is interesting. Maybe trying to make him think that they're going over to the B site, and that's the call. Poise believes it's B, but
no, I'm still confused. He could swing out and kill him now.
Planning for heaven. He's able to find that kill, cuts down Vanity, and maybe he thinks that they're split up, and he ulted to A over from B. Poison's off the spike, but player 1 in all of the confusion, no longer sweating, will find that kill and keep version 1 alive.
I'm still trying to figure out why Vanity like ulted over there. Like, I might understand that if he's gonna ult towards A main, he could clear out back towards heaven and maybe try to crossfire towards screens while you have player 1 that's in there. But that's very dangerous, because now if you ult towards that spawn sign and you're walking into the site, what happened if you already had Poise onto the A ramp? He kills you, you lose a spike. So, I mean, it turned out into their favor in the end. There was a couple of mistakes, but you still had the veterancy of player 1 that's able to win that round there for version 1. So, hey, let's keep it like that. C9 Blue are now only going to be on an eco. Version 1 have a chance here to catch up into this game. It's a half buy pretty much for both teams, but it does have an advantage for the attackers.
Yeah, and so this Bulldog should be able to get quite a bit of value. Oh my goodness, the left to right wiggle with the frenzy. Able to find a kill for Mitch and an upgrade. Now gonna have that Vandal in hand with light armor, and that's a pretty good spot to be, although being a player up here as well. It's Cloud9, I mean, really back in the win column, it looks like.
Well, that guiding light is not, the Trailblazers aren't going to spot much yet, so they don't have information to work yet for C9 Blue. Version 1 takes advantage of that. If a guiding light comes out, maybe that's going to help a bit, but you see how more passive you're playing here for C9 Blue. You're playing contact for Zeta, you're going to fall back once you get spotted here, or just continue to peek out like that, and it's going to allow V1 to get into the site.
Yeah, a very interesting call as Relics was low on HP, getting shot down through the smokes. It's up to Mitch and Poise coming on over. A Bucky and handling to find some chip damage. It's a Vandal for Mitch, and he's still pretty healthy. He's also that Sage, so he's got that heal orb available. One more kill. He also has the resurrection. This could be the round that Cloud9 find themselves on match point, but they are running out of time to do it. I wonder if Mitch is going to look to save here. I mean, it was an eco round, right? You might as well send it. You've got the economy to go for the next. Here comes the Reddit play. Ooh, hurting the economy a bit. Makes it hurt for one. Looking to make it hurt for two. Instead, it's Zelsis to find a kill on the way out. So the economy might be shaken up a little bit, but version 1, they've started to string together a few of these round wins. They're only 3 away from tying it up. And something that I always talk about, Vans, is 11 rounds. When your opponent is on 11 rounds, there's no better time to start to turn it on because you get that 1 round of breathing room, right? You don't want to wait until 12 to mount your comeback. You can mess up one time and still be okay to play for the overtime. And that's exactly what version 1 are doing right here.
Definitely. And now, because of Mitch, he was able to get, I think, like 1 or 2 kills at that point and dying right after. He has a res into this round for C9 Blue. So as you talk about that wiggle room, it has to be at this moment right now, because if not, you've given a lot of rounds in a row for version 1. You're starting to see the momentum, the morale shift back towards version 1, where they could leverage that momentum to claw back into this game. And it doesn't turn out too well. The first blood comes in for Zelsis. It gets traded right away, though, so that's not too bad. And you're looking for that information on mid side.
Oh, and Effie's, it had the angle, had the shot, unfortunately was just moving, so wasn't able to take it. It's going to use that resurrection, get his teammate back on the line, so all the Raze utility available. Zeta goes off the board, and that's a pretty big kill to have. Zeta's been a pretty hard driving force for Cloud9 thus far.
PL1's on such a huge flank right now, but Poise is watching it. There you go, he gets the kill. So that cancels all that. You work back towards mid side, here's that battle.
And back and forth we go. Although the resurrection puts things heavily in favor. Mitch looks to take another shot, and Poise still inside of ropes. There's the round of breathing room that version 1 had. Now their breath taken away. Map point on the horizon. This could take us to game 3. Version 1 needs to string 4 in a row.
Yeah, and that's what you saw from that position from version 1, where they're all towards that mid side, maybe even holding more towards sewers. Even then, you might even have a shrouded step from Vanity that could head back towards sewers, but PL1 needed to get those kills up towards that A heaven side to open up the A site. That was basically the play that version 1 was waiting for. With PL1 dying, it's like, okay, well, we got our numbers back towards mid. We know that there's at least an operator towards mid side. We should be able to trade it out. They weren't able to. Mitch has been on point with that operator on that previous round. Now you're going to have 1 away from Seekers, 1 away from a showstopper, and a map point for Cloud9 Blue. You're playing the chances in your favor.
Both Blade Storms on the line here, and it is a very labored buy for version 1 to try and stay alive here on Split. Once more, they look to grab some of that mid control. Intention over towards ropes, and we might see the Jets go toe-to-toe. No, Penny is going to take his leave and head over towards this B site. Barrier orb goes through, guiding light going to go wide. There's the paranoia, though, coming on down. Relic's looking to play up close and personal towards the new box, able to find one, traded right back. The Blades will pick up another, and Zeta still alive to find some frags. One more guiding light available as the spike looks to get planted. It is a 3v3.
Seekers.
A resurrection now available. There go the Seekers. There go the blinds. There goes Poise and Cloud9 all behind it. It's up to Vanity, who can't get it done. And again, it's a diffuse separating Cloud9 from a round win, a map win. Into map 3 we go, Vance.
And that was so nice there from Zeta, because not only does he use his Seekers out, but he uses the guiding light to follow with it, right? So it's not only sometimes the bodies that runs behind the Seekers to get the kills. That guided light blinded 2 players, and the Seekers hit the second player to allow for Poise to come in with the daggers and get that frag. So it looked very good for version 1 at some point into this game. We talked about that round where it was like that momentum shifter. Whoever lost that round was going to be on an eco, and the other team could continue with the momentum. So it was version 1 at that point. It was getting fairly close. It was getting even fairly close on that second half. But finally, at least C9 Blue, because of that strong lead they had from that first half, are able to gather their senses and bring this to a third map.
Yeah, and that is, if there's anything outside of a win that's going to give you momentum, it's momentum over, or it's a win over version 1 on Split because they look so good. We already highlighted it coming into that one. So right now it feels like well, the next map, Haven, is going to be their oyster for Cloud9 Blue as they are going to be riding their high. Guys, map number 3 on the horizon. The winner again secures their spot in Challengers Finals later on at the end of April. The loser has to try again at Challengers 2. We're going to hop away for a quick break, but when we come back, the series will conclude.
I feel like I need to defend my scene's honor here, because this is just turning into a bit of a dogfight.
Like in groups always look.
I'm cutting you off here. I'm cutting you off. Cutting you off. He said G2's winning it. He said G2's winning it.
We need to wait till the next EU tournament, which could be in about 10 years now.
Take it with like a grain of salt.
No,
But
that's
that
no
being
fun.
said,
Take it super literal.
Spike defused.
Money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the.
Right back into it, guys. The Valorant Champions Tour Stage 2, and we've got a couple of teams who are looking to grab all that they can when it comes to the race to Reykjavik. My name's Tanner Metro. Joining me again, still Vancillion. We're 3 games deep now. We're hopping over to Haven. We said it in the last series that if Cloud9 Blue could get us here against 100 Thieves, they could take the series. Now we get to see it. It's against version 1. And they have so much momentum coming from this map right here.
As much as if we want to talk about momentum for C9 Blue, I think overall it's the pressure for both of these teams, because both of these teams want to prove so much in this scene right now.
Yeah.
C9 Blue technically has been quote-unquote down bad, right? Looking at the bigger events. Looking at actually C9 Blue in general, have they won anything ever since they were C9 Blue? Nothing since the last tournament that they played in a Nursery Gamers Monthly, and now it's like, okay, we might have a solution right now. It didn't look good versus 100 Thieves. It didn't look good on our first map versus version 1. But now you're seeing that potential that we're talking about for C9 Blue, and they have a potential to make it there. Version 1, They've been so close to even qualifying into the close qualifiers of the VCTs for the longest time for version 1. And now they have that opportunity after even upsetting a team like FaZe. Now you get into the third map. You have a chance to make it into the regional final. So as both of them are grasping so close to this, like, Fall Guys Cup in the end of that race, you want to know who's going to dive and be able to grab it.
Yeah, 100%. And I would imagine now, just based off of the script that we've written, it was a 13-6 on Icebox, a 13-8 here on Split. Haven probably proves to be a bit closer. And when we take a look back at those bans, when Cloud9 automatically bans Bind, it kind of just puts the next ban for version 1 to be Ascent, which is the lesser of the evils, basically, because they're 70% or above on a lot of these maps, and Haven is one of them. So although we know Cloud9 Blue can be strong on Haven, they're still going against a very strong version 1 squad. And Split and Icebox I kind of put in the same realm when it comes to like awkwardness in the maps. Now that we're jumping back to Haven, I feel like this is where we get a whole lot more of that default Valorant.
Yeah, the default Valorant, especially now that you're going to have potentially player 1 going into a Cypher, potentially even Mitch going into a Cypher as well. Utility for both of those players as a Sentinel has been very good. Where you kind of see this difference of duelists will be more, again, Zelsis and Leaf. Where I think most recently Leaf has been going with a Phoenix, while version 1 has been playing Zelsis on a Reyna. And Reyna has been switched about, I think, for a bit too for version 1, but it seems to be that winning recipe here for version 1 going into this third map. So who's going to be the stronger duelist going into this one? Who's going to have the stronger composition? Because for the rest, I think it's still pretty similar. Sovas, Obins, Jets most likely too.
Yeah.
I think it's going to come down to that Reyna versus Phoenix diff from both of these teams.
And so we've seen a little bit of the flirting with the operator from the Jets. We saw Penny actually force one up with no armor at all, so full glass cannon in the middle of their defensive end. Haven is a map where it's almost...
You're going to get it.
Yeah, it's frowned upon, basically, not to run the operator. So I'm really... I know coming into this one, we didn't get to take a look at a graphic, but when we were talking about head-to-head, it was Penny versus Poise. And I'm glad that we get this far into a map like Haven, where we should really get that head-to-head between the two Jets, you know, using the operators. We saw Split was cool because it was like Battle of the Blade Storms for the most part. Now we're going to get the Battle of the Operators.
Exactly, because I think even in the first map, you didn't see a lot of opping going on. The second one was the Blade Storms. The third one probably is going to have both, right? When you're going to battle for that A long side, you're going to op on the top of B, or you're going to op towards long C. You want to have that Jet versus Jet because there's not going to be a breach technically in any of these compositions. So and no Sky. So guided light to push some players out or not, it's not going to happen. It's going to be that Sova with the Cloud Burst, and then just go for that all-out aim battle between these two teams. So I'm looking forward to this one. I think it's going to be very tight as well as that third map because both of these teams are still very strong. You look at the history of Cloud9 Blue, they have played this map a lot and like pretty much just playing that map. So they are strong on this map. But version 1 is as strong too. And again, I think where they get the slight edge here for version 1 or in these scenarios where they might have to go for half buys with their Buckies and SMGs, and it pays off in their favor. But for the rest, in terms of execution and how they play on the defender side, I have to give that edge to C9 Blue.
It's and a lot of it does boil down to the experience, right? Like you said, Cloud9 Blue have a lot of plays on this map. This version 1 squad just recently starting to piece things together as we get to take a look. There it is, the Reyna locked in for Zelsis. We are Zelsis. We'll see how that one plays out. And it's looking like, again, flashless for the most part for Cloud9. They are still opting into basically the Poise, Leaf, holding each other's hands, jumping right on in, and starting on the attacking side. That's the best way to do it.
Yeah, and they actually went back to like their second comp, because if I look back at the history of them playing on Haven since Nursery Gamers Monthly into the VCTs into this, everything else stays the same for the other players for Cloud9 Blue. But where Leaf went from Raze to Phoenix even at that point, actually even in the first iteration, you had Mitch on Cypher, Zeta on Sova, Relics was playing Breach, Poise was on Jet, and then that allowed Leaf to play Omen instead. But when you went back to like, okay, let's go with double duelist instead, using Leaf and Poise at an advantage, it was Raze at first. It worked for a bit. Phoenix has had some good results as well for Cloud9 Blue on this map, but they decide to revert back to Raze. Is it actually to try to counter against how Zelsis could be? We'll find out.
And this is, we talked about a map where both of these teams strong on it. We talked about the operators coming online in default Valorant. I'm keeping my eye on both Player One and Mitch as well, because the lurks that the Cypher, the space that your Cypher can gain is absolutely huge on Heyman, especially with the 3 sites. So as a viewer, I know sometimes it gets easy to just take a peek at what's going on the screen, but please pay attention to that mini-map to see what these Cyphers are getting done as we look to kick things off. The spike down in the spawn, it's looking like quite possibly a hit towards Garage.
And you wanted to look at that mini-map. Instant cameras right now from both Cyphers. One to watch B, the other one on the top of the door. It's going to spot the Jet. It's going to tag him, but they still have Mirage control now for C9 Blue.
Yeah, and they just jump right into it. There we go. The spike to be picked up in all of that pressure in hopes to buy out a rotation. And it does look like Effie's is going to buy into it. I thought maybe they'd keep him on that A site, but instead it's going to be 5 players stampeding over towards A long. The spike surely to be planted in a 5v4 retake in favor of Cloud9.
C9 Blue are playing a lot of retakes so far. Meanwhile, on that mini-map again, an Owl Drone went towards sewers. So they know both long and sewers is clear. The retake's going to be happening from spawn and heaven, and they're in great spots to hold this spike.
Bit of chip damage with that shock dart from Heaven, the Cyber Cage. Buying some time, and Zeta ready for that recon bolt. Should it be sent by Effie's? It does go out, and it's going to be taken down. Zelsis to find the first lead. Going to trade it right back through the Cloudburst. They will trade positions. And again, it's the bodies on side. It's all up to Zelsis. 5 HP on Zeta. He's got to run him down. It's a 4K for the Reyna, and he's got the time for the defuse.
There's one thing I forgot that just went like a eureka moment for me is version 1 with Zelsis on pistols, especially on Arena, is so good. If it's not a ghost, it's going to be a frenzy. This time it was a frenzy, and that was detrimental for C9 Blue. As much as I said that they were in a great position, that single cloudburst that was thrown from Penny right in the middle of the site between Graffiti and the default boxes, everybody played around that, and you're spraying with the frenzy through the smoke, and you're getting that advantage there for version 1. So that was very well done on a retake. It was very quick and allowed version 1 to get that pistol.
And it allowed Zelsis to buy up a Vandal in this round with full armor.
And one kill away or an orb from Empress. He's gonna be on fire probably this third map.
Oh, speaking of on fire, that's gotta feel pretty good. Vanity walking away with 33 HP, but will happily take that trade onto 2 members. Everyone inside the dark cover gets dinked, but not enough to take him down, as it's looking like a flawless round in response. I don't know if Zelsis is going to be able to get an orb, but at the very least, you're all right to take the round win with not having the Empress in the next.
Definitely. So at this point now on a 5 versus 2, you have invested a bit here on the attacker side. You're trying to get something done with the Marshal. Just try to pick up the orbs, I think, at this point. Even if it's not going to surmount to much here for Mitch, because he's still far away from his ult. It's still 1 closer.
And I wonder if, okay, he does actually, I would say, I wonder with that info, if they give it to Zelsis knowing, hey, he's on Marshall, just run him down there at the end. Either way, it is a flawless round, so a nice bonus coming on through from version 1. And this is that upgraded bonus, right? This is that bonus that has a bit more oomph to it because they bought a Bulldog for Vanity, and Zelsis is on that Vandal.
Not only that, with a flawless, the bank continues to get built up here for version 1, right? So if they lose against these rifles, you're looking at how much money they're going to have. It's still going to be a very full buy into the next. So version 1's looking pretty good. With this SMGs, you would expect for them to play a little bit closer right now, and you see how they're playing close. They're playing 2 players down towards that sewers, playing that crossfire, but it's actually going to be the rifle of Zelsis that's going to be on point first with the SMG from behind. Thing is, on the attackers, Mitch put the camera up, that's boss long and sewers, so you can't really get that far out for information for version 1. So it's stalemate to start.
5-point stance basically across the board with the drone to get some information up towards Garage. That spike still down on the ground will be retrieved My Zeta. And they've got a bit of space, but not a whole lot, right? You have that cam inside of lobby, but you didn't push up and get it down lower. Should you recall it, you have to wait the 15 seconds. Oh, but Mitch is still able to be first to the shot to find the kill on Penny, and maybe not expecting another. Yes, he is. The spray down onto Zelsis, and the bonus is starting to fall apart for version 1. The last two make it the last one. Bringing up the rear in player 1. It's just the Spectre and hand. He has 4 members to worry about.
Player 1 right now, the last man standing, pretty much at a position where it's going to have that insert your coins to continue into the next round, player 1. This is not going to happen pretty much. The bait was perfect, actually, from where they were positioned on sewers, but I think Zelsis wanted to go for even more of a surprise swing. Oh my god, okay. Good for 2. I think that's going to add a couple of seconds back on a reset for that continues, so you like it for version 1. But overall, I just wanted to get back to Zelsis. I think he wanted to go for that surprise swing instead of playing the tight angle, which is still a good play in my eyes, right? After this, after his teammate fell down right here, because Mitch was already pre-firing on a different angle, so he thought he might be able to catch him off guard. But Mitch, quicker on the reaction at that point.
And that nice spray down from player 1. Unfortunately, doesn't win the round, but it does chip away, right? That was the first rifle round. It was Cloud9 being on losses. Now you take a look at this next one. The economy's still not great, and you're going to have to fight for one of these orbs, which it is going to be that one C-long, gladly given up by version 1 to just try and take the 5-on-5 fights.
Well, they got this Blade Storm from this buy that they have from C9 Blue. Even after this round, they're trying to see if there's going to be anything aggressive coming out. But again, when you have a Cypher into your composition, playing an open C site, playing an open A site with the utilities of the Cypher is totally fine. So they don't need to look for early picks and information on C.
And he gets spotted, unfortunately, only able to trade damage back and forth, but basically even. Leaf walking out of that one a bit better on the trade. Now it's looking to be a play up towards B again against the rifles. Boy's going to go up top into the cloud burst. The knives come on through. He's got some supplementing damage, but he takes so much on the way out. Relic able to find another kill, but the B side has since been taken. Zelsis, Effie's, Pennies, they have to go to work here. If they don't find something soon, they might opt into a save.
Yeah, and they reacted on that site on B side for Cloud9 without any information. It's just like, let's go for full out execute, see what happens. The recon dart and the entry was perfect for Boys.
My goodness, there it is. Perfect for Boys. The right click to find.
Satchel out. Satchel out. Satchel out. Satchel out. Here comes the party. Satchel out. Satchel out. Here comes the party. Satchel out. Satchel out. Satchel out. Here comes the fire. Satchel out. Satchel out. Here comes the fire. 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 Here comes the fire. Bomb buddy out.
Bocah.